Keshav, you can share your screen and the slide. Maybe you can keep it.
Yes, sure, once.
Good morning, everybody. We'll start maybe in a minute or two, and then we will continue after that.
Now, Mr. Pradeep is joining in next few seconds.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. My name is Imani Kumar. I'm Deputy Secretary General with ICLEI globally, looking mainly Asia Pacific region. And I'm also the Regional Director with ICLEI South Asia Office. Welcome to this KASpaces webinar for the Sri Lanka, which is jointly organized by Conrad Adenauer Foundation and ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability South Asia. Welcome all on behalf of the organizers, and we will go through the presentations just now. Can I have the next slide? I will talk about ICLEI maybe, and I will ask my counterpart from KAF to introduce KAF and speak more on their objectives. ICLEI is a city association all over the world with more than 2,500 cities as our network's members. And we work mainly with the city governments and subnational governments to help them out to achieve the sustainability within the cities and subnational governments. We are a 30-year-old organization, and in South Asia, for the last 16 years, we are working, helping more than 100-odd cities in achieving the sustainability within the communities, within the city limits on that. Can I have next slide? The aim of this KASpaces workshop is to promoting collaboration and cooperation between the various stakeholders addressing the sustainable development goals and other societal aspirations. And our interest is also to build capacities of various stakeholders through networking and upgrading through these workshops. We identify the common challenges faced by the countries in Asia in achieving the sustainable development goals, and to find a collaborative frameworks through addressing the SDGs and other social aspirations. This is the first of the series of webinars which we are organizing. We have the next one is happening in India on 12th July, and Bhutan 22nd July, and Nepal 27th, and Bangladesh 29th July. These are the South Asian webinars. At the same time, we also have 5 more workshops in the Southeast Asia. So this is, though it's a Sri Lankan one, especially inviting all the Sri Lankan participants and discussing more on how and what is happening on the Sustainable Development Goals in the Sri Lankan context. But this is an invitation to all of you also to join other events, which we will announce it. The South Asian dates are there, but you can check it on the social media on the Southeast Asian ones. If you are interested, you can join them also. The next slide. The session today, we have next half an hour, we will do opening session. We have two of the national government speakers who are going to speak on the opening session along with the director of KAF. We also have three technical sessions. Technical session 1 is on the sustainable urban development and integrated internal migration. And technical session 2 more on the urban climate resilience, and session 3 is on the affordable housing. As I said, that we just want to have a discussion, more discussion on what is happening on the SDGs, so that we can take the lessons from Sri Lanka to other Asian cities and other Asian countries. So that's the main objective which we are planning this particular event. A similar way, we will also see the best practices happening in other 9 countries in Asia Pacific region and bring it back to the Sri Lanka on that. And then after the 3 technical sessions, we will have a final closing session, and we will come out with maybe a report on each national webinar, so that can be used by all the implementing agencies in each country. And also maybe we are interested to do a regional workshop later in the month of August or September, to see how all the 10 nations can come together and discuss the best practices on that. Next slide. Just as I already said, these are the various objectives, looking into the best practices, looking into the capacities of various stakeholders, collaboration, cooperation, and issues related to the collaborative framework on the sustainable. But we can listen more from the Sri Lankan participants, Sri Lankan speakers, what we have lined up for today on that. Next. Just for everybody, because we have more than 60 odd participants today, housekeeping rules. We request all the speakers to keep their videos on during the respective session. And we request you also to mute the voice. Participants are requested to follow all speakers' speeches input without any interruption. If you have any questions, if you want to raise any question, please raise your hand icon during the question answer session. You can see it on the bottom of your screen. There is a raise hand like this. You can see that one. You can click that one and we will come back to you. The moderator will come back to you. And please ask only the specific and concise questions to the speakers in the interest of the time, because we have a very tight schedule today, next 3.5 hours. Closing session again have a window to ask for general questions and observations. We will come back if you raise your hand. And at the same time, you can use chat box to ask any questions and comments on the session also. Next slide. As I said that in the opening session, I will ask Mr. Christian Ashley, is the director from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Singapore, to give opening remarks. And then we have 2 speakers. Dr. Sugata Elagama is the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Urban Development and Housing, Government of Sri Lanka, and is also the former Director General Sustainable Development Goals. And Mr. Pradeep Supatantri as the Additional Secretary, Government of Sri Lanka, and also former Director, Sustainable Development Council. So without wasting any time, I will ask Mr. Christian Ashley to give his opening remarks. Mr. Ashley, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Dear Dr. Yalegama, dear Mr. Saputantri, dear Imani Kumar, dear speakers, and of course, dear participants, very warm welcome to this first KASpaces workshop on urbanization. From my side, my name is Christian Echle, as I've been introduced already. I'm the director of Konrad Adenauer Foundation's Political Dialogue based in Singapore. And actually, Sri Lanka was the last business trip that I was able to do before COVID-19 hit us. So I would have loved to return my travels with a trip to Sri Lanka to open this workshop in person. But alas, we are still in lockdown, more or less. So I'm happy that we are able to come together virtually today to discuss questions of urbanization under the Sustainable Development Goals in Sri Lanka. Just very quickly on the Konrad Adenauer Foundation's work, for those of you who have not heard of the foundation yet, we are a German political foundation that works on democratization, human rights, and innovation, and also the Sustainable Development Goals, amongst other topics, with over 100 offices around the world. We have 21 offices in Asia, and as a regional program, it is our responsibility to look at the issues from a regional perspective. So for this particular setup, we are looking at 10 national workshops in South Asia and Southeast Asia, and then at a regional conference at the end, towards the end of the year. KASpaces, the idea of KASpaces is really to bring together stakeholders from different areas, from the academia, policy making, civil society, and I'm very happy to see that we were able, together with our wonderful partners from ICLE, for this first workshop on KASpaces urbanization, to really bring this mix together when we look at the list of speakers for the 3 technical sessions. That's wonderful, and I do hope that this will enable a frank discussion about the best practices, the strengths of Sri Lanka, but of course we also want to discuss the challenges and how to overcome them. Not only the challenges that COVID-19 has brought on us, but maybe also the more structural challenges that we have seen before COVID-19. We are focusing on internal migration and development, climate resilience and housing, because we believe that these 3 topics are relevant in the whole of Asia, and we hope that we will be able to draw out relevant insights from the national workshops that we can then bring into a regional discussion, as I said, towards the end of the year on these 3 topics. I think it's, as I said, I think it's great that we can come together today. I would like to thank in particular ICLE and Imani Kumar for the wonderful partnership for this series of webinars. I'm very happy that we can get started today, and I do already look forward to the next webinars in the series. I can only repeat the invitation for you also to look beyond what's happening in Sri Lanka and to get involved in some of the other national workshops that we are going to have over the next few weeks. I would also like to thank my team, in particular Mega Sama, who is our manager, our program manager for the Sustainable Development Goals. So please do not hesitate to reach out to her or to me if you have any additional ideas on projects, what we could do in order to move the Sustainable Development Goals agenda forward in Sri Lanka and in the region. So thank you very much again for joining us today, and I wish us all a fruitful and insightful event. Back to you, Imani.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley, and I think it's a good partnership which I can see for the last 1.5 months. We are almost in touch with Mega every day, if not every 2 days or 3 days. But I think, as you said, that we are looking forward to all the webinars in Asia Pacific region, South Asia and Southeast Asia, not maybe in Pacific as of now, and learn from each other. I think that's the context what we are right now. And thank you for all your support and giving us an opportunity to look into the best practices of SDGs in various countries. We also want to thank you, Mr. Ashley, for your guidance, and also Mega and other team members of KAF for guiding us how we can take it forward, all the webinars. Thank you for all the support. And thank you for all the support, Mega, also. Maybe I didn't introduce you on that. We have 2 distinguished speakers from Sri Lanka now. And I just want to invite Mr. Pradeep Supatantri as the additional secretary, as I said already. And I request him to speak with his experience on sustainable development goals as a former director and also now the additional secretary from the government of Sri Lanka. Mr. Pradeep, the floor is yours, sir. Mr. Pradeep.
Yeah, Mr. Imani Kumar, I think there is some technical problem which Mr. Pradeep is facing. So he requests Dr. Sugat Yalagavan to proceed first.
Okay. Dr. Sugat, can you take over, sir?
Okay, right. Thank you, Mani. And so let me thank the KASpaces for organizing. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay, right.
go ahead.
Thank you. Let me first of all thank the KASpaces for organizing this webinar and also inviting us to share our views, first of all, and then selecting Sri Lanka as the first country to start this the series. And then as we may be aware, the Ministry of Urban Development and Housing that I am working right now has a very wide scope. So it is dealing with the urban development, the housing, urban, rural, and estate housing, and then waste management, urban transport, flood control, investment promotion, condominium management, coast conservation, a lot of work, and it has 21 organizations working under the purview of this ministry. So that is really to facilitate the interagency coordination. So those organizations working in the urban development sector and the housing sector to have everybody together so that the coordination is easier, and then the the efficiency will be high. And so as you can see, it covers a large chunk of SDG 11. So the sustainable SDG 11 basically covers the housing part, then urban waste management, then transport. A lot of areas in the SDG 11 are covered by this ministry. So it's a lot of work. And to address this scope, the ministry under this ministry through these organizations are implementing a number of programs. So even among the COVID challenges, COVID is a challenge, but of course the government of Sri Lanka is now in a high drive of vaccination. The vaccination drive is going on very highly, so that we hope by the end of this month the entire Western province could be the Western province is the major economic hub in Sri Lanka. So the vaccination drive to be completed within this province. So with that, the COVID challenge we have really managed a lot. Of course, the construction work is constrained due to COVID, but still, I think we are doing a significant good work to address that challenge. And then with respect to the small city development, we are not really concentrating only on the megapolis areas, but the small cities as well. So we are implementing a 100 city program. So that is to develop infrastructure and also some city beautification work of some small towns, like the urban fairs, the weekly fairs we say, and then some road work, small things. Because through these small things, it doesn't need much money, but it's a small investment. We can do a significant impact, significant difference to the appearance of the city. So that is one program that we are implementing. That is in small towns, developing of small town development. And so in many cities in the world, as you see, the urban slums, slum dwellers, and then the low income earners. So then encroachers, they are the illegal dwellers. Is a major issue in many cities. Even in Colombo, we have that problem. More than other megapolis, we have in Colombo. It is significant. And also you can see there are many cities in very expensive lands. Only some small structures, small huts are there. So it's really underutilizing. I mean, there's a very high underutilization of resources. So those are big problems in our cities. Now we implement one program called the Urban Regeneration Program. So that is to provide housing to slum dwellers. I'll explain it. Then again, to address the affordable housing, I mean, to address the needs of other communities, other different wage earners, and then other income groups like the high income, middle income groups. So we are again implementing affordable housing programs to address their needs. Another issue in many cities, in our cities, is also the waste management. So waste is a major problem in many cities throughout the world, especially in developing countries like ours. So waste is a big problem. So in Colombo, so we are implementing what we call the waste to energy program. So we have a plant. A plant was already started, and another one is going to be started as well. So this one basically can incinerate almost all waste generated in Colombo city, right? As you know, I mean, waste to energy, the energy cost, the electricity. I mean, we are converting waste to electricity, but as you see, the electricity generated from this one is not sufficient to cover the whole expense of that one. So what happens is the National Electricity Board is purchasing that electricity at a higher rate, so that the power plant is viable. Otherwise, it's not viable. But really, it's really a saving, because we are really managing the waste more than generating energy. And then there are some other issues that let me talk about that way as well. The land is limited. So in our cities, in Sri Lanka is a small island, and especially in the cities, the land is quite limited. And again, so the pressure on the urban wetlands, some the other areas like the wetlands we need in Colombo, in Western Province, we get a big high rainfall, and so the pressure on the wetlands is very high. I mean, people are trying to encroach into these wetlands, and then I mean, there are some illegal dwellers. Even though illegal dwellers, we can't really put them out of the road, right? Put them out of the road. We are democratic countries, so we value democracy all the time. You can't really put them on the road and then take the land, saying that you are illegal residents. You can't do that, right? And so even the strict regulations is not sufficient. I mean, we have to provide some housing to them. So this is what we are doing under the urban regeneration project. So in many countries, like in developing countries, in Sri Lanka, it's the same. The finding money is really very difficult. I mean, for the government has a lot of priorities. To finding money is again very difficult. So in the urban regeneration program, what we see is, as I told you earlier, there are some very valuable lands, but how much underutilized? Very much underutilized. So what we do is, we take the land and then provide housing, right? Provide housing. They are really government land, not the people's land, the government lands. So those lands are invested for better uses, and then with that money, we circulate that money to provide housing to the homeless people, and also these illegal encroachers. We provide housing. We call the urban regeneration project. Through this, the slum dwellers, we are going to. We hope to do away with the slum dwellers. I mean, it's done to a great extent even by now. So there won't be any slum dwellers in Colombo. This is the final intention. And then the low income tenants, of course, we are not taking a lot of money from them. Only a minimum charge. Minimum charge is taken. So otherwise, they can't really afford that much. Then again, another so that. How we do? So for the money, we do it with for the low income housing owners, when we have the land that can be invested for something else and get money, so that you can do. But for other things, how do you do? So in Sri Lanka, what we are doing is basically the private-public partnerships. We always promote the private-public partnerships. Through the private-public partnerships, we are now, for example, now urban transport. The major issue in Sri Lanka is in Colombo, like cities in Colombo, city of Colombo, we don't have big roads, right? So the parking spaces are very limited. You can go by car, but there's no place to park the cars. So we are now developing car parks, right? Car parks. But for those car parks, what we do is we are going private-public partnership. We take proposals from the private sector. The government provides equity as the land. Then the private sector, so we allow them about 20% of space. Then they have to construct 20% of space. They can use for other commercial work, commercial activities. So they give us proposals, maybe 20% or 40%, some other commercial activities to cover the entire cost. Otherwise, only by parking fee, you can't really cover the cost of the construction of car park. So we are doing it for some 30 years. After 30 years, they have to give the car park back to the government. So they earn, they incur their costs and then earn their money and then give it back to the government, the BOT basis. So this is a private-public partnership that we are doing. Then again, even for the housing, we are doing pre-sales. I mean, we say we are going to start a housing program, housing project, and those interested can ask, right? Can ask, and of course there's a lot of demand. There's a very high demand for the housing. So that again, private-public partnerships that you can see in our strategy. The major strategy of the government of Sri Lanka is private-public partnership. So the government doesn't have money. I mean, that's the case with many developing countries. The government doesn't have money, so we have to mobilize the private sector money. So this is the model that we practice in Sri Lanka. I think I don't have much time, so I mean, so let me finish it by thanking again the KASpaces and the organizers for organizing this and then inviting us to give our views. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sugat. I think you have touched about many of the SDGs and what is happening, and especially on the financing front. I think the public-private partnership, which is the way for many of the southern countries to implement SDGs. Thanks for your insights, sir. May I now ask Mr. Pradeep, is also the Additional Secretary from the Government of Sri Lanka. Mr. Pradeep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mani.
Go ahead, sir.
I think you can hear me.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning to you all, distinguished speakers, members of local authorities and officials, ladies and gentlemen. First, I must thankful to the organizers of Conrad Adino Shifting and ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability South Asia for inviting me, and very much delighted to share some of my thoughts in this particular perspective. How the SDGs and the principles of 2030 agenda can be integrated into local development and regional governments planning processes along with other local stakeholders. Cities are becoming the predominant living and working environment of humanity. And for this reason, livability or quality of life in the city has become crucial. It is evident that there is a crucial role to play in the implementation and monitoring of SDG by the local authorities. I believe that everyone on earth realizes the complexity of the global challenges that we are all facing today, or what we call the planetary crisis presented by the anthropogenic climate change that is caused by human activity as the most significant threat to world peace, world security, and people's prosperity. Secondly, the ecosystem destruction represented by the risk of losing 1 million plus species to extinction, and the thirdly, pollution presented by overconsumption and waste generation that is reaching our lands and oceans. This is all in addition to the pandemic of COVID-19 and its socio-economic, health and environmental impacts. We will witness and suffer from the ongoing environmental challenges of desertification, deforestation, water scarcity, floods and usual weather conditions, and many others. 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is a shared plan to build the future which enable people everywhere to live a peaceful, decent and dignified life on a healthy planet. We know that 193 countries under UN umbrella have adopted this agenda in 2015. In Sri Lanka, our strategy is to incorporate SDGs and its principles into overall planning process. In implementing the agenda, we need to mainstream SDGs at different levels of government, as we have basically 3 tiers, such as central, provincial and local levels. Central government is, that is national government level, which we have ministries, departments and other institutions such as boards, corporations, authorities and other government entities. We need to maintain a good horizontal coherence among the policies through this institutional. What we are talking today is local government level, which all the categories of local authorities belong. All institutions in all the levels need to integrate and incorporate SDGs into their projects and programs through the planning process of all 3 levels of government. We can't implement SDG agenda only through national government, provincial government or provincial councils. Provincial councils have a certain mandate in provincial level and particularly local levels. Particularly as the closest entity with elected representatives of the people, local authorities must be having a crucial role in development process in preparing their plans, incorporating SDGs into their programs and projects, and must be aligned to the Sustainable Development Agenda. For implementing the central government plans and policies at provincial and local levels, planning process must have a vertical coherence between these 3 tiers of government, that is from top to local level, top to bottom. Subnational governments should not be seen as more implementers of the agenda. They are policymakers as well as catalysts of change, and the level of government best placed to link the global goals with local communities. Local spaces are ultimately the key site of delivery and development, and as such, local government is central to the success of sustainable development. In local level, we do not implement the SDGs. We implement programs that align to sustainability principles to be able to achieve SDGs. That is how we interpret that. It's just a wish list and framework that requires more resources, plans, and support from various stakeholders. We must establish standardized benchmark to continuously reflect on sustainability targets. Mechanisms must be there to improve integration. Coordination and participation through local government is the most effective way to strengthen the whole of society approach and way to leverage change and transformation in local communities. In order to achieve a 2030 agenda and sustainable development, it is a recognized and we need to change current systems and consumption patterns in societies and building resilience in societies and implement the policies that reflect the transformation. Local governments are the agents who have the power to coordinate this change. Therefore, finally, local governments are very much critical in turning Agenda 2030 from global vision into a local reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pradeep. I think the insight what you are given, how the implementation is happening on ground of the SDGs, I think very much important, sir. Thanks for giving, sharing that information. I can understand now how and what the cities and the last level of government, their responsibility, and how the national government and subnational government is looking into that. Thank you. Thanks for your insights, and thanks for joining us today's morning in that. So that comes to the closing of our opening session. I just want to thank all the speakers, Mr. Ashley and Dr. Sugat and Mr. Pradeep, for giving insights and how we can take it forward about this particular seminar. Before we get into the next session, the technical session 1, may I request maybe all of you to please switch on your videos, because we just want to take one group photo with all the participants. So if you don't mind, can I request everybody to please switch on your cameras? You can still see some of them are not. Please switch on your cameras so that we can take, my colleagues will take one group photo. We are total 80 participants. You can see still some of them are not opening. Is it okay? Should we go ahead? You don't want to show your face in the photograph? Okay, Sashi, can you just go ahead?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot for all of you. And I just want to thank our speakers from the first session. Can I have the slide for the next technical session 1?
Yeah, 1 second.
So the technical session 1 is more on sustainable urban development and internal migration within the Sri Lanka. And I have, I'm so happy that we have very distinguished speakers in this session also. Ms. Roshani Disnaike as Commissioner, Colombo Municipal Council, Sri Lanka, with us, and Dr. Bilisha, also Head of Migration, the Institute of Policy Studies, Sri Lanka, and Mr. Anirudh is the scientist from NBRO, State Ministry of Home Affairs and Disaster Management, Government of Sri Lanka, and Mr. Rohan is a senior consultant from Sri Lanka Local Government Association, Sri Lanka, with us. I don't want to talk about more on what is happening in Sri Lanka on the Sustainable Development Goals, as Mr. Pradeep and Dr. Sugata is talked about, and I will have maybe the distinguished speakers will speak more on the situation on Sri Lanka. But can I have my first slide? I just want to say a few words before asking each of our speakers to speak about that. As Pradeep, Mr. Pradeep and Dr. Yugata has said that the Sustainable Development Goals have started way back in 2016 for 15 years. This is actually a follow-up to the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, which have been not that successful, if I can say, mostly because it was the commitment was mainly from the national government and implementation was not happened that much. And later on, the SDGs have come. And all these SDGs for the 15 years, starting in 2016 till 2030, designed on 5 Ps, if you can say, the people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. This is the mantra what they have used for implementation of SDGs. These are obviously for the entire universal, again, with 17 goals, 169 targets, and 230 indicators on that. I'll just show you what is the situation right now globally, and maybe then I will leave it to the speakers to talk about on the standard, what is the situation in Sri Lanka on that. And the main theme or our main objective is of SDGs is leaving no one behind. I think that's again the mantra was what I said that. So how can we do that? By including the people, by participation of the people, and growth for all, actually. And Mr. Dr. Yugata was also talking about including the poor people bringing the vulnerability communities and adding everybody, all the stakeholders, and take it forward on that. So that's the way SDGs have been designed, and they are actually need to be implemented. And I think that Mr. Pradeep is also was talking about the need to be implemented at the sub-national level as well as at the regional level, or at the local government level, which needs to be implemented on that, because the national government can bring up the policies, but the implementation takes place maybe only at the local government level, and up to some extent maybe subnational, because most of the southern cities in the southern part of the world, still they get money from either national government or the subnational governments on that. The flexibility within the SDGs is national and state circumstances and requirements and priorities to determine the national and state SDGs agenda. I think Mr. Pradeep is talking about is also that you need to set up, like, yes, this is the overall goal, but you need to come out how you want to go ahead and implement these activities on that. Next slide. This is the progress, the global progress of SDGs. I don't want to go into all the SDGs, but if you can see on the left-hand side, the progress of SDG 9, that industry, innovation, and infrastructure, that the progress is a little bit sufficient. That's okay. Not that ambitious. Not that much has gone ahead, but it is sufficient, has taken place in SDG 9. But in the SDG 11, which we will talk about today in this session, that is still a lot of work has to be done on that in the global level. We are also instrumental, as ICLEI is also instrumental in most of the cities in the world, but a lot of work needs to be done on that. And about the SDG 13, also the progress is very slow, and there is also a lot of work needs to be done on that particular front on that also. Next slide. These are the various issues and challenges in the South Asia region. I don't want to get into too much, but one point I think Dr. Sugata was also talking about, Pradeep is also talking about, how do we implement them? Where are the finances coming up on that? So if you can see the third bullet point, we need almost like a $5 trillion to implement SDGs in the South Asian region. Maybe our speakers, they can talk about how it's happening in Sri Lanka, what is on the financing front, how they are taking it forward. Maybe you can talk about that. But South Asia spends only 0.7% of its GDP on the research and development. So if we don't collect the information, if we don't know what is happening, what is the current situation, we can't also see the implementation and see the progress of SDGs on that. So with this few opening words, I will just stop here, and I will ask my first speaker from the Sri Lankan Commissioner, Colombo Municipal Council, Sri Lanka, Ms. Roshane, to take forward from here on that. Dr. Roshane, ma'am, the floor is yours. Ma'am, you are muted.
Sorry. Good morning to everyone, and good afternoon those who are coming, joining with us from Singapore side. And I have a few slides to share. Is it okay?
You can share now.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Hope you all can see my slides.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay, good morning. And thank you for giving this opportunity to share some experience and our plans on behalf of the Colombo municipality, being the commissioner. Thank you for all the organize and the interest in this interesting sessions. And we all have collaborative efforts with the Urban Development Ministry, with Dr. Aligama, what is explained. Actually, that is integrated effort with the Colombo municipality with the national government. That I should emphasize in the early part of my few minutes. Because you all know Colombo municipality is under the local government sector, under 13th Amendment, as is operating under the delegated power. So the national in national level, the cabinet ministries and the government is organizing some programs to achieve SDGs, and but CMC is being the commercial city and the topmost prioritized city in the Sri Lanka is always integrated with all the stakeholders. So we all have the common target, not the common goals, not only for the CMC to improve quality of life citizens and the economic growth. And we all know and we have to address the climate change and environmental issues, especially in Colombo. So having that, I have to share this rural-urban migration. This is part of my session you have asked me. Colombo is, I will explain later on how urban migration has affected on Colombo, and what is the role of Colombo municipality and what are the challenges of the government at this moment. And then I explain the impact of internal migration, economic benefits. So because Colombo is depending city, so the labor forces and the foods and all the services are provided from the outer peripherals. So otherwise Colombo cannot survive. So the mostly labor force in Colombo and their contribution is from outer parties, because the other areas people are more willing to come to Colombo and earn their contributed their economy mainly from their income, raise their incomes. And the social benefits, so the male out migration, the left behind women also become entrepreneurs and some creating their own independent incomes, because when they Colombo, because since the Sri Lanka is still in developing infrastructure, especially roads and highways, so people far from Colombo are very difficult to travel daily, so they have to find their daily accommodation around in Colombo, because one reason is such income is not sufficient to maintain family in Colombo, so they are normally left their families in the rural areas, and the working population are staying here. That is also one aspect we have to understand. And especially challenges facing by the Colombo municipality is the foremost one is the underserved settlements. So mainly government, UDA mainly provide the residents multi-storied house complex for the underserved settlements, but the total outcome is yet to achieve. CMC has already collaboration some projects, because the majority of the lands within the Colombo municipalities belongs to the Colombo Municipal Council. So the total area, 37 square kilometers in municipality, but the more than 80% lands belong to CMC. So the contribution and integration of the municipality, Colombo municipality, is very much important for the government to achieve this housing projects. We are on the track. And population density, this is not only effect on the internal migration as the all waves of the COVID. The huge challenge to the municipality was the population density. At the moment also we have to run 1000 PCRs daily, because municipality, you would know, the public health department of the Colombo municipality is mainly operating in the COVID-19 prevention actives and the PCRs dispatching and the vaccination with collaboration of the central government. The CMC has 16 departments. The one is the public health department. So the population density is a very greater challenge of the COVID prevention program, what we are paying our effort for the last 16 months. And casual floods, this is also because of the high population density and the poor planning and the reduced water seepage in Colombo. So these are the all these issues have become a major obstacle for the development of the city towards the sustainable city. This is time to time there are some casual flood cycle in the city. So the CMC is having great responsibility to looking after such people, because the underserved settlement areas are under the huge flooding threat, and we have to provide foods and shelter and that is continuous, and the cycling effort still not find sustainable solution. And more especially majority resident people in Colombo, permanent, those who are in the permanent residence, according to the statistics, around 600,000 the population reside in Colombo. Resident population, majority of them are low income and daily paid employees. And the other factor is what we are facing, 90% city users are inbound migrated. So because of that majority inbound migration, the CMC is responsible to maintain all the drainage, sewer lines, and the solid waste management, maintaining roads, and CMC tax money is engaging into resolve this problem, but none of these are not taxpayers to Colombo. But however, CMC is continuing their services. That is one of major issue we are, major challenge we are facing. All above accounts for the environmental issues. So the waste, you can imagine since the majority are inbound migrated, but CMC should maintain their wastewaters, the solid waste management. So the normally in when the period is cities functioning in normally 700, more than 700,000 people are coming to city in the morning and leaving in the afternoon. So all their waste and the solid waste and the vehicle emissions are concentrated in the city. So the ultimately city is becoming environmental, under the environmental threats. So we have to find collectively, because we cannot stop inbound migration, because being the commercial city, we collectively should find solution for these issues. And internal migration affects poverty reduction. Actually, so the Colombo is commercial city, so people have confidence that if we go Colombo, if we reside in Colombo, if we employ in Colombo, they will be have some good economy. That is the understanding of the people. But we have to extend all these developments to the rural areas. So also then and there we can find the sustainable environment solutions. However, the accumulation to Colombo should not continue in future. And in line to the goal 10 of the sustainable development, you all know the Colombo port city is the aim, and transferring it to a local world-class city in Asia. Though this is not under the jurisdiction of the municipality, so the municipality has to provide all the logistic services to the port city, wastewater, fire services, and all the facilities we have to provide to the port city. That is also a big task for the CMC. And Metro Colombo Urban Development Project is also international gateway of Sri Lanka and houses of the important institution, service and manufacturing facilities. So there is a need to tap into competitive advantage of this region to grow. But some considerable part of the cities has developed using this project development. And COVID-19 situation, the Dr. Aligam also mentioned. So in city population by today, we have 60% completed the vaccination in the Colombo city population. So now we are having on the trash program to vaccinate all over 30 age group between the city. So when we compare all the areas in Sri Lanka, Colombo city is the highly vaccinated city at the moment, because the government understood during the second wave in last October, city was severely attacked. But when comparing the other capitals in the world, the Colombo is in safe mode than the other capitals. Colombo never fall down like the other New York and the other cities. So we are very happy about that. That is also because of the integrated effort of the central government, municipality, and the forces and task force and all the parties. However, we are under cities under now the Delta variant also. Out of the 15 reported Delta variants, 6 persons are from the city. So we are on alert how to minimize the threat we are having. Apart from the COVID-19 vaccination, the CMC has taken many initiatives to preventing COVID-19. Especially, you all can see, so all the garbage management is doing by the laborers in the city. and their living conditions is little bit poor than the others, and education of these people are continuing from the last 2020 March. So that program is continuing by CMC, and we are doing awareness sessions on safety queue management in pharmacies and the other places. We are having random visits and educating people. And the house-to-house disinfection and team is on live Colombo from last March. All these are apart from the vaccination program, as well as the disinfection program the city is doing by our fire department, especially public parks, public places, railways, economic centers, bus standards. Continuously, we are disinfecting by using our. We have special fire vehicles for the city disinfection. So our fire department is more equipped, and it is continuing. And house-to-house inspection is was very effective, especially in the COVID-19 aspects also. And more especially, I would like to say, so when we identify the first COVID patient in Sri Lanka, the first Chinese, the woman. So CMC Ayurvedic department produce very indigenous Ayurvedic product, very productive. We are delivering free of charge from the last March, and it is evident that those who continuing use this was very they are very they are in very minimum amount have infected COVID. This is continuing as a charity service, and especially I have instructed all the solid waste laborers to use this, because that is a very recognized immunity enhancement Ayurvedic drug developed by Colombo Municipal Council Ayurvedic Department. That is also one service in prevention to enhance their immunity. And apart from that, other immunity enhancement projects, the mobile clinics, we are having always the mobile clinics to the city, and the people are especially for the reduce the threat for the NCD patients. And this is the most one of most important project we initiated from March 2020. Especially during the first two COVID waves, we understood the lack of food security in the city. So when the city was under lockdown, we didn't have food. Then the government has to have special mechanisms to provide city foods to the city, and all the vegetable farmers are living in Dabul and the out areas, also depending on the supply chain of the city. So that if when the COVID-19 situation break up this situation, the city was under the heavy threat, as well as the employment of such farmers were challenged, that they couldn't sell their products, and government faced huge difficulty to raise all these issues other than the COVID. So CMC, we initiated to plant 100,000 new seedlings having the food security. So now we already, I will show the progress in next slide. So our primary objectives is enhance Colombo city food production, because this is a generous project. We are planting fruit plants for the general public use, because CMC will not get fruits. So basically we target for the common places to enhance, and especially the trees we selected to which is contributed to the economic so ecological value of the city, oxygen, enhance the oxygen production as well as the food security. So this will be a very interesting project. We can see the result by after 4 years, because we have some evidences in the city what they have done in the previous people, and it was evident. And we expected to health and social well-being enhancement, and the promote cognitive development and education of younger generation, and economic resources, as well as the green infrastructure. These are the examples. For the even Colombo 7, people can see the jackfruit trees along the street for the general public use of the general public. No one because in CMC we are performing a role as a public trust here. So the CMC is not expecting to get the harvest of these fruit plants, and the people are freely enjoy these fruits. And I selected St. Islands and the roundabouts in Colombo, because all these are under the Colombo municipality jurisdiction. And even in the golf face green, you can see now the coconut plants planted 5 years ago, now they have enough fruits. So this can be, there are many spaces in Colombo. More special feature is here, all these public areas are under the jurisdiction of Colombo Municipal Council. So when we started, we have the ownership of the lands, and we know what are the under the sewer lines and the water lines going under the floor. We carefully, with all engineers, selecting the particular places and doing this program. This is also a very influence factor to combat COVID-19. And at the moment, this is the progress from by the June 5th. Total number of trees we already planted to this amount of the all these are the fruits, and the coconut, jackfruit, mango, to enhance the food security. And for the underserved settlement, we have special program to giving them free of charge plants to which they can grow in the small niche places, because they don't have much places. Especially women's were provided plants, edible plants, which they can use their home for their own use in the flat areas also. So this is actually I couldn't mention the source here. This is from the academic journal. Sorry for that. I will add. And you can understand, you can view the how green is reduced in Colombo. So we have to regain this. It can. So that is our mainly effort of the municipal council. And this project is collaborated with the environmental ministry of environment also. So this is very much important to enhance the investors to the port city, as well as the Colombo, to transform the Colombo as a very living and the comfortable city. Thank you for very much. So that's my presentation. You can ask any question. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the detailed presentation. How CMC is tackling not only the migration, COVID, and the greenery part of the city. I know I was reading the newspapers. I think you are one of the best COVID controlled countries in the South Asia. And I also saw Pakistan and later on Bangladesh also when compared to India. I live in India, and so we were like wondering, what are you doing more than what our governments are doing in India? But thank you for sharing information, and all the best for your efforts. I hope I will see more greenery in the Colombo area also when I visit next time. Thank you. If we have any questions, we'll come back, ma'am, to you. Our next speaker is Dr. Bilisha. She is the head of migration, the Institute of Policy Studies from Sri Lanka. Dr. Bilisha, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Let me share my screen.
You want to share, ma'am, or is it okay?
I get a message saying that the other participant is still sharing, so I cannot share. Can you just?
I have shared your presentation only.
I would prefer to share it from my end so that I can control it.
Okay. You can share now.
Do you see it now?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll go ahead. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity. So I'm going to speak about COVID-19 and internal migration in Sri Lanka. Just to give a brief, I know we all know what is internal migration. It's basically the geographic or spatial mobility for permanent or semi-permanent purposes within the country boundary, geographic boundary. So why do people migrate? I think this was also touched up by our previous speaker. There are various reasons. Mostly it's often due to disparities in income or access to public services like health or education or other public services. And then also there are certain people who want to be with their own network or circle of people. So they self-select into staying in or moving to certain areas. And then some people are forced to move or internally migrate due to environmental degradation or other climate change disasters or armed conflict situations like that. So often when people move, they try to move to a place which is better socioeconomically than where they are. So often this migration happens from rural areas to urban areas. So connecting this internal migration and urbanization, we have two specific SDGs, SDG 10 and SDG 11. So SDG 10 focuses on inequalities within and among countries. So we are looking at inequalities within countries. So to address these, there are various targets and indicators to reduce income inequality or to ensure equal opportunities and to ensure that migration processes are well managed. And then when somebody wants to move, as I said, often they move to a city. So what happens when a city will have to be able to make these incoming migrants also inclusive in their plans. So there is affordable and safe housing, affordable transportation, and other sorts of activities. So these two SDG goals try to marry these internal migration and urbanization in a nice way. So let us look at how this inequality and internal migration pans out in Sri Lanka. So when you look at this table, you can see in terms of average monthly household income, the Sri Lankan average is about 62,000 rupees a month for a household. But in Colombo, one of the key areas that receives internal migrants, it's very high. It's about over 104,000. And similarly, another district in the Western Province that receives a lot of internal migrants is Gampaha. There also, it is much higher than the Sri Lankan average. And when you look at employment opportunities, it is indicated by the unemployment rate. When the country average was about 4.8% in 2019, Colombo and Gampaha had lower unemployment rates, indicating people had more employment opportunities. And in terms of monthly salaries also, Colombo and Gampaha is much higher than the average of this country. So among other reasons, these disparities also contribute to people towards moving to cities or urban areas. So this is one of the reasons, among many others, that contributes to higher population density in the Western Province. And when you look at the Sri Lankan average, which is about 325 persons per square kilometer, in Colombo, it's almost tenfold. So you can see how much people are living in close proximity in Colombo district alone. So if you look at this graph on this side, you can see this is internal migration province-wise. Bottom is the Western Province. So there are different types of internal migrants. Some people have come long time ago, like 10 years or more. So such internal migrants, there's a huge proportion or huge share in the Western Province, as shown in the green, very long bar. And then when it comes to 5 to 9 year long residents, also the Western Province is among the highest. Similarly, relatively shorter term migrants, less than 5 years, is also Western Province. So Western Province attracts a lot of internal migrants. So in the 2012 census, it shows that about over 13% of the total population in Sri Lanka have moved in across provincial borders. And when it comes to inter-district migration, 1 in every 5 persons would have crossed the district border as an internal migrant. So what are the reasons that people migrate? So the 2012 census shows that the top reasons why people migrate include marriage, employment, and then accompanying family members. So how does it work out? Sometimes a person might migrate as an individual, leaving the family behind. And then there are some people who will plan to stay for a longer time, who can afford to bring the whole family. So they might move. One person might get a job in the city, so he might migrate, and the family might come along as tied migrants, and later on they will also find education opportunities or employment opportunities within the city. So there are different types. So when it comes to these individual migrants, it is more likely that they will visit their home area once a week or once a month. But when it is a family migration, there is less likelihood to be such regular going back and forth, because the whole family might have moved here. And so again, the 2011 census data shows that Colombo and Gampaha district received a lot of migrants for the purpose of employment. Specifically in Colombo, 43% of the internal migrants coming into the district were for employment purposes. So that is to bridge this disparity in terms of employment opportunities or income that they would face if they were staying back in their home areas. And then in addition to these internal migrants, there is another key component that contributes to the city community or the urban community. These are daily commuters. So before the pandemic, certain estimates show that about over 1 million commuters enter the Colombo city on a daily average day. And it is said that about 160,000 vehicles bring them in. So this chart over here shows that how commuters enter the city, the Colombo city area from various key inward roads. So it is important to understand, so it is not only internal migrants and the natives who are living in Sri Lanka, in the Colombo city, but there are also commuters who are making a big contribution to the city activity or the vibrancy of the city. So let's move and look at what happened during the pandemic. So during the first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw that along March of 2020, an all-island curfew was imposed. And then there were very strict travel bans across districts. It was not allowed. So this resulted in many internal migrants and some commuters being stranded in the city. So newspaper reports say that about over 50,000 were stranded in the Western province. So some of the measures that were adopted were to, a helpline was introduced so that people who were stranded could call this helpline and report their situation so that certain measures could be taken to relocate them or send them back to their home areas. So some of these efforts included state organized public transport with the support of the police stations to send these stranded internal migrants to their home areas. So what happened is it was rather methodical. So before their departure, they had to undergo a pre-departure medical assessment, and often this centralized transportation coordinated by the police would take them to their local police area, and the local police station would take them the last mile to their home. And once they reach home, they were supposed to do a 14-day quarantine so that the native population in the home area were less at risk because of this internal migrant coming back home. And then in the third wave, what we are going through now, instead of curfews, it was called travel restrictions. So the travel restrictions were mainly, this change in terminology was mainly to ensure that there was some capacity for the economy to still continue, but to contain the spread of the pandemic also. So these travel restrictions involved strict controls in terms of movement across countries, districts, but still, there were many people struggling and very interested to come into the city, obviously for economic purposes or other social requirements or the humanitarian requirements. So in a survey done in June last month, it was seen that within a period of 3 hours, over 67,000 vehicles entered the Colombo city limits. So there were various reasons these were coming in. So some were for health sector requirements and the food delivery and humanitarian reasons, and some of them were also for employment to report to work. So this shows how connected the city, the main cities in Sri Lanka, is with the outer areas in terms of daily commuting also. So to address some of these issues, there were huge traffic jams created by these inward vehicles and the stringent checking of them. So one of the measures adopted was a requirement to carry a formal letter or a formal notification by the employer saying that this employee's services are required at their work site, so please allow him to cross the border. But still, there were many people traveling with all sorts of this approval, so there were still heavy traffic jams because all had to be checked meticulously. So then there were other measures introduced where a sticker was introduced to identify vehicles that were screened once so that they were not stopped at multiple locations. Still there were struggles trying to manage the traffic jams and the delays associated. So if you bring in all or compile all these issues together, which internal migrants faced during the pandemic, one is the critical issue is the employment related issues. So we know now it's mostly working from home. I'm also working from home today, but not everybody can work from home. Not all type of jobs can be done from home, especially when it comes to informal workers or daily paid workers. It is very difficult for them to work from home or earn their income if they work from home. So And then it was difficult for those who were not living in the city or those who were previously living in the city but moved back to their hometown because of this pandemic situation to now report to work. But on the other hand, the internal migrants who decided to stay back within the city have a leg up in terms of reporting to work. And then, as I said, there were commuting issues. And then another issue is the limitations in the public transportation service in the city, where people found it difficult to maintain social distancing if they were commuting from outside to the city or even within the city. So there was a risk of catching the virus. And then also there were other residency issues, because now some internal migrants who were earlier residing within the city or within Colombo district areas could not afford to pay for their accommodation without an employment going on. So then they would have gone back, given up their residence space, their accommodation, and gone back to their hometown. And then they got this issue of if they were called, now in most places, people are supposed to work on a roster basis, come to report to work for 2 to 3 days or something like that. So when they don't have an accommodation in the city area, now this sort of internal migrants find it difficult. How am I to pay for an accommodation for 2 to 3 days a week and then go back home? And then there's all sorts of issues related to that. And then also there's the difficulty of proving residency, because to access certain services like the vaccination or social support, one needs to show their proof of residency within the city to access the city supported services. So if you're not having a formal contract, if you don't have utility bills coming to your name, it was difficult to address these. And then another issue that was faced by internal migrants is the issue of going back or returning to their home areas. One was the issue of finding transportation to go back. The other was the risk of spreading the pandemic once they go back. They kind of not very diligent in terms of their quarantine measures or limiting their movement in the home areas. And then also there was an element of social stigma where people, the home area people were kind of reluctant to move around with them, or were suspicious that they might bring in the virus to the area. So there was an element of social stigma also. So there were certain solutions that were provided. So in terms of employment, certain sectors were identified that could continue their operation despite these travel restrictions or curfews. One was the apparel industry, especially in the free trade zone. They were given special permits to continue their production, and then there were these employers resorted to special transportation arrangements to ensure that their workers would safely move from their home to the workplace. And then another industry that was allowed was the construction sector to continue operations. And mostly these construction workers were in their campsites, so they were asked to stay within those sites and continue the activities. And then in terms of access to vaccination, the alternative measures were introduced to accept proof of residency documents. So if somebody was informally living in a house and there was no formal contract, there were instances where the letter of consent or a letter of letter by the owner of the residence telling that this person is living or is boarded at my house, and that was accepted as proof of residency. And then certain solutions not yet properly taken but are very important is collect up-to-date data on internal migrants as well as commuters, because when it comes to providing solutions, it is very critical to understand who is in the city, who are permanent dwellers, who are internal migrants, who are commuters. So that there is a severe data deficit in terms of that. And then most of these employment related issues and commuting issues still remain to be solved. And in terms of the way forward, I think there are a few critical things that needs to be taken into account. One is that cities thrive because it's made up of this heterogeneous group of people. Some are natives, some are more permanent internal migrants, some are semi-permanent internal migrants, and then there are daily commuters also contributing heavily to the city's economy and its continuation. And then when it comes to internal migrants, their movement from their home areas to the cities or urban areas is a key livelihood strategy. So when these support mechanisms are developed, it is critical to understand this livelihood need that they migrate, make this migration decision and address that when pandemic-related solutions are provided, because this economic shock created by the pandemic is creating a huge dent on their livelihoods. And then it is also important to understand that even though the internal migrants might live in the city, the issues or the challenges they face are somewhat drastically different from what a native in the city would face. So we have to understand these nuances, the characteristics of these issues to address them properly. So finally, all future activities and relief measures under this new normal situation that we are all in, and also going beyond this new normal in the general development framework also, have to be sensitive about this heterogeneity of these city communities. It's not one-size-fits-all solution that can be done to these cities, because there are different types of people that make up the city. So it's very important to understand these internal migrants' specific issues to address them successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very detailed presentation on how the migration can be taken care of and what is the situation right now in the Sri Lankan cities, I think. Thank you. We are running short of the time, so I'm not taking any questions at this time. But may I ask our next two speakers in the session, Mr. Aniruddha Vijay Kumara and also Mr. Rohan, maybe if you can restrict your presentations for five minutes, then we can. We are almost finished our first session, but we have two more speakers. Mr. Aniruddha, you can take 5 minutes, sir. You don't mind.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about what we are doing at Sri Lanka within my institution towards achieving the SDG goal 11 and 13. If you are going to talk about the sustainable urban development, you can't ignore the disaster is associated in the urban areas, so you have to understand the risk. So I'm going to talk about the landslide disaster mainly because my institution is mainly focusing on landslide related activities, and it's almost 30% of the Sri Lanka's land is covered prone to landslide according to our National Building Research Organization statistic. You can see by seeing at these two images, it shows where we have what are the areas that are prone to landslide disaster, and hence it is very important to understand when we are trying to achieve the sustainable development in urban areas, understand the disaster risk in these areas. Therefore, this is very important, and you have to understand. Once you understand and once you identify the disaster risk, then next one is to how to reduce the risk. So you have to know how you are going to reduce the risk. So normally in practice, we have several options, main three options: living with disaster, mitigation option, resettlement. So living with disaster is kind of thing that if the risk is somewhat low, we can stay with the disaster with some behaviors, practice, we can live with the disaster. But it's like a medium type of risk is there, then we can go for mitigation kind of risk treatment method, and we can still live in that area. But if you can't cope up with the first two things, living with disaster concept or mitigation options, so you have no option, we have to go for resettlement, but which is very complex approach. But most of the time in landslide case, you have to resettle whether you like it or not. In 2016, by the year of 2016, from NBRO side, we had identified nearly 15,000 houses are living in landslide prone areas, which is high risk areas. The location are very high risk, and those were recommended to be resettled in safe areas. So that's a big amount of houses. So this government was taken this as a serious case, and there was a response from 2016 itself. It was mainly based, the government response was mainly based on the safety of the site, whether identified location are safe or not. The safe means whether we can go for living with disaster concept or mitigation. Sometimes it get affected, or if it is affected, if it is a fully damaged or partial damage, if the location is safe, we can go for reconstruction. And for that one, government has option called natural disaster insurance program. From that one, government have responsible program for the areas, locations where the locations are safe. But if the location is not safe, that means it's a high risk. We don't have option to live with disaster concept or mitigation, but then you have to go for resettlement. Then the government go for resettlement, and government financial assistance is there from 2016 onwards with the proposal of National Building Research Organization. Then if a beneficiary, if a house or person identified to be resettled in a safe area, there are several options from the government side. I will explain it briefly. One is, if a person identified to resettle, he can purchase a house in a safer location, pre-exist house. If he doesn't like to that option, he can purchase a land with the government financial assistance, and he can construct a house again with the government financial assistance. But if the person doesn't like to these two options, he can go for the third option. Government give a land and another financial assistance to construct houses by themselves. So these were the two options in the government program. I will explain how we proceed with this one with our experience in the field. So with this program initiated, we develop a framework. It's kind of an implementation guideline. We had the idea about the understanding about how the fast resettlement program in the country, in the tsunami disaster time and other disaster time, how it went, and what are the good practices and what are the bad practices of that program. So based on that one, we develop a resettlement framework, kind of a policy framework to follow this program. So it was implemented from 2016 onwards. And I will briefly touch up what are the things that included in this policy framework. It's mainly based on the three main concepts. One is house to house. Then the house to house means house is only for owners, not the families within house. It's a house to house concept, and it was incorporated with Build Back Better and disaster resilient concept. And beneficiaries was selected based on the two criteria. One is the directly affected house from the landslide. In each monsoon, we are getting experience about the disaster situation. If you can remember, the last May also we experienced landslide and flood situation, and it's again a lot of people get affected, houses were damaged. So we selected beneficiaries based on these events, directly affected houses from landslide again, and when there is a serious situation in climate change, we experience a lot of high-risk houses are identified in these hilly areas. So the high-risk houses identified in NBRO also we are taking into beneficiary selection. And the next one, land selection. This is a crucial point because when we are developing this policy framework, we had understanding about the land selection plays a major part in success of a resettlement program, because we understood that most of the past resettlement program has failed because of the poor land selection. Therefore, we form a criteria list that we can perform, and we can mitigate the adverse impact of resettlement. So some of these are listed here, and we practically implement these criteria in the field. The minimum plot size should be a 10 perch, and the site or location of land should be free from disaster, the non-disasters, high wind, flood, and landslide. And the location should be compatible with the environment. It should be not within the environment sensitive areas, And most importantly, we again introduce these two criteria. The selected land should be within the 2.5 kilometers to the town centers and the less than 0.5 kilometers from the roads, main roads, because we wanted to take this as an opportunity. This disaster is as an opportunity to make the people into urban areas, like contribute this towards the urbanization. Therefore, we put this 2.5 kilometer and 0.5 kilometer criteria to make people not again scatter in a area, and we wanted to try to get the people to at least the small town centers. That's what our idea was. But we were strictly monitoring this fund, and in land approval process, we didn't get any free space for escaping from these criteria, and especially indeed access to water and electricity and community willingness. In community willingness of the affected community and the host community. That's very important to success of the program. And the next one is house plan and design. And this is one of the criteria in literature also that has been identified as one of the failure factor if we are carefully not designed. Pre-designed house plan were there by the government from MBRO. We had several plans according to the terrain types. We experienced that it's not even terrain you can find in the cities and local urban areas in the Central Highland. So we have to have different options. So we designed different housing options to match the different terrain. But again, we allow owner design as well, because we wanted to not to stick on our design. We asked people, beneficiaries, if you don't like to go for with our house plan design, you can plan your own design with your aspiration, with your preference, but with conditions. Conditions was it should be minimum 650 square feet floor area in a design house, and it should be resilient foundation and resilient superstructure. We gave them a detailed instruction what's the resilient foundation and resilient superstructure, and it should be comprised with 2 bedroom, a kitchen, a permanent roof, and water sealed toilet. So these are basic standards for co-house. If someone, if a beneficiary wanted to go for their own plans, and I can say that more than 50% of beneficiaries are coming with their own plans, and we are training them. We are training TU, and we are sharing our knowledge on resilient construction and resilient designing, so they can, again, we are making a community, resilient community in that aspect. And method of construction, this program was mainly focused on homeowner driven housing construction option. That the option, the 3 options that I was discussing earlier slides, that those comes under the homeowner driven housing construction approach. And again, when there's affected family communities, like if you can remember, if you have heard about the Arnak Samasrakanda landslide, in that area, in that case, there were a lot of cases like there were some families, but the family members are missing. Some were widows and some were single member houses, families, and those kind of in that scenario, we identified that there are some communities needs donor support as well. So we constructed those special need families houses through the donor driven housing construction. And again, in recent in this year and last year, we tried to introduce contractor driven housing construction also to speed up the housing construction, because it's 15,000 houses, but we have already resettled nearly 5,000 families, but still another 10,000 families are remaining to be resettled. But and again, each year its number is adding. In each monsoon, it's become with the climate change effect, with the severe rainfall, it's again adding and adding. In each year, we are getting more numbers to be resettled, and more areas become unstable. This from this slide onwards, I will show some example what we have done.
Can you wind up now? Maybe we can have.
Okay, this is just pictures, and it's over now. Okay, some of the images. These are some of the resilient constructions going on. Okay, thank you very much. This is from my side. If you have any question, we can talk in the discussion session.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Aniruddha. Can I have the next speaker, Mr. Rohan? Maybe if we can take only 5 minutes. We'll come back with the questions. Mr. Rohan, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everybody, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. And also, I thank the organizers as well as the Federation of Local Government Authorities in Sri Lanka who nominate me for this particular session. Well, because due to the interest of time, I'll quickly go through my slides. I don't have much slides. I have only 3 content slides. So let me just give you a brief background about the local status of local authorities and how it has been spatially distributed in Sri Lanka. So we have about 341 local authorities in the country, and out of this 341, there are 268, which is 78% of the local authorities are declared as development areas by the according to the Urban Development Authority Act of the country. And also these 268 local authorities are consist of 8,000 plus GN division. We call that is the village level blocks, which is almost about 58% of the country. So you will understand that the country is one on or the other way. The country's smaller administrative bodies are under particular local authority. It may be a municipal council or a urban council or a Pradesh Sabha, which is in terms of which is a merging of town councils and village councils in early 1980s. So if you look at the role of local authorities in development in a nutshell, it has 2 major roles that I have been looking at. One is the role of the governance role, and also the providing the services to the taxpayers, which is under their jurisdiction. And so if we look at these, and also we need to understand that local authorities in the country is a part of the national development. So they are also aligned with the national development strategies, plans, and although there are certain devolution has been given from the central government to the local authorities to practice and applied under the provincial council legislation. So they have the different, although we have a different complex and messy administrative setup when it comes to local authority and how they can work and implement and enforce their role within the complex situation. So we need to understand now. Let me go to the next slide very quickly. Keshav. Okay, now as I said, now if you look at the spatial plan of the country, which is developed by the National Physical Planning Department in 2018 and gazetted and approved. And also, if I look at the area that has been declared as development areas, is also in line with the spatial planning policy. If you look at, for an example, there is 4 corridors being identified, the economic corridors. So all these are under a particular local authority. So if you look at, there is a southwestern coast economic corridor and the Colombo, Trinco, the central corridor, and also the eastern, the Batiklo side, and also the northern side. So now somehow the government has identified at national level these areas to be developed according to a spatial planning policy and strategy, which is developed by the professional in the country. But I'm a little bit worried about, and I will be do not have to go to the details of how the local authorities can be engaged in even implementing of all these development planning policies that is in place. So can we go to the next one, Keshav? Yes. Now we are looking at achieving the sustainable development goals, and of course we have there are one is very directly, that is SDG 11, but are we looking at a sustainable city in these conditions and these aspects? Now, we are looking at ecological, economical, and social sustainability. But how, there is no one is talk about how are we going to achieve this. So that's a question, because as I said, there should be a because local authorities are not legislators, they also develop bylaws based on the national legislation. So they have a very limited authority on developing their own bylaws autonomously, but they have to in line with the national constitution and the laws in place. And also, what are the challenges that we have in implementing and achieving these sustainable city or the ideal city that we looking at in Sri Lanka? That we need to are we looking at the projects that has been in a prioritization? Is this project that has been implemented in national government are integrated with the local authorities functions? So some of these things are not. They're working in isolation. So there is a and also city beautification and city development. So these things are also matters at local authority level. And of course, my colleague earlier from the National Building Research, he also speaks about they also implement a lot of projects, but how far these has been integrated in the local authority system? Are they implementing these things with the local authority, the structures, or do they implement with the support of national and the central government structures? So these are challenges. Of course, we have been discussing the population pressure, the land scarcity, the governance. I mean, all these things are very common to any other city in the world, not only to Sri Lanka. But of course, in the same time, we need to look at the capacities and the skills of the human resources that has been in place at the local authority to engage in national development planning. So and also achieving the sustainable development, because you cannot ask the local authority to achieve sustainable development goals if they do not have the particular functional role, which has been supported by legislation and authority. So at the end of the day, we need to understand how are we going to integrate sustainable development into local authority system, because at the moment it is not being fully integrated or not being fully discussed at national level, provincial level, local government level. So that's that. And also we need to look at the data and information availability for the local authority to engage in development planning at their own local authorities and the locals, because that's at the end of the day, people do not ask from the national government agency, but they ask from the local representative, which is the elected person or the representative of the people. So these things has been discussed. There are a lot of things to be understand, but these are the challenges in Sri Lanka. So with that, I think I will conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Rohan. I think giving us a overall picture how the situation is there and what's happening in the local governments and how do we take it forward for implementation of SDGs. As I said that we are running late, I'm not going to take up any questions at this time. Maybe in the last session we will take it up. But thanks again for all the 4 speakers from the technical session 1. And maybe I will just hand over to my colleague Ashish Rao to take over for the technical session 2. We are running late by 20-22 minutes. I hope the next session will cover this thing. Ashish.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. And I think I welcome all of you to the second technical session of this webinar. We had some very interesting talks in the session 1, and some of them contribute very well into our current session, which is focusing on urban climate resilience. I'll begin by just introducing all of the speakers that we have for the panel. We have with us today Mr. Iahi Abedin, who's the Deputy Mayor of Kandy Municipal Council. We also have Mr. Sanjeeva Bandukirti, who's the Commissioner of Kaduwela Municipal Council. Welcome, sirs. Together with them, we also have Ms. Indu Veerasuri, Madam is the former Deputy Director General of the Urban Development Authority of Sri Lanka. Also we have with us Dr. Manjula Ranagalage, who's a Senior Lecturer of Environment Management from the Rajaratha University of Sri Lanka. So welcoming all of you to the session, and in light of the announcement made just now, it would be nice to have you speak in the interest of time a bit concisely, so that we can make up time and we are able to respond to and have questions on your talks. I'd request, can we move on to the next slide, please? Just to provide a brief background into what we are wanting to focus on during this session, talking about urban climate resilience. You're all from Sri Lanka, but just for other participants as well, being a large island country, Sri Lanka has a very large coastline, and so largely vulnerable to climate change. Because of that, we have a majority of our population in the country living along the coastline due to the benefits that it offers, but also this causes vulnerability to all of these residents. And so that's a matter of concern. In terms of distribution of various climate aspects, if we just look at rainfall, we see that it is varied across the country. And so that's something that needs to be looked at as well. If we are talking about climate projections in general, for Sri Lanka, similar to many other countries, temperature changes is a concern. Precipitation patterns are another concern. There is severity and increased frequency of extreme weather events that becomes a concern. And due to the large coastline that we have, increase in sea levels impacts the city in a big way as well. So these are things that we need to be concerned about. We need to be able to address in coming time. And I would request that the talks that you make, if you're able to tell us a little bit about how this is already happening and how Sri Lanka is planning to address all of these concerns. Some of the major impacts, as we see in this slide already, are going to affect how the agriculture patterns are in the country, how the water resources distribution happens across the country, how it affects health of citizens in the country, impact in the coastal zones, and of course, definitely infrastructure and industry, which impacts overall economy of the country in effect. So I think building on the talks that we heard in the earlier sessions about global SDGs in Sri Lanka, about climate aspects that are being focused on in Sri Lanka, it would be good to hear from all of you talking about what are the concerns, what are the challenges, what is the good progress that we are making, and if there are any good practices that we could share on how we are dealing with climate in cities, in the urban areas in Sri Lanka. So I stop there, and I would request the first speaker, Mr. Iahi Abzeen, to kindly share his thoughts and tell us a little bit about how you would like us to know more about this topic. Sir. You're muted, sir.
The participant of this discussion, I would like to tell the challenges that we are facing now. Mainly air pollution in the city, great city. It has been identified, Kandy city has been identified as the most air polluted city in the area, region. And within our means, within the powers vested with the council, we have taken certain decisions to overcome those obstacles. And even the national government, central government is backing us to ease the traffic congestion that is polluting the air in the city. The traffic congestion, now where central government is financing flyover in one area, Gateway, and underpasses have been constructed even near the Peradeniya Hospital and even the city center in the great city. Underpasses to ease the traffic congestion so that you don't have to close the roads for the people, pedestrians to cross the roads and things like that. So by roads to divert the traffic vehicles that had been going through the city for various other destinations. By roads have been expanded and updated, and so that the vehicular traffic can move from those areas without going through the city, which has caused the most of the traffic congestion in the city because of that. So those are the main basic things that we have. This thing to overcome the traffic congestions in the city. The other thing is the air pollution. Air pollution caused by these traffic congestions had to be looked into. Within our means, the council, we have delimited powers vested in the council. So we have started planting trees in the grid city, the city, to overcome those air pollution and beautification. This thing we have put flower pots along the Gopalawa Mawata and the Katuwastata road, planting flower plants in the this thing. So those things cover the to minimize. I don't say 100%. The program is still going on. The last 1 year, we are due to this COVID, this thing, we could not carry on with our set program. Now back again, we are going to start from next month the tree planting program. I think we feel we have to a certain extent we can minimize the pollution from that this thing. I think the state, the government will have to get themselves involved in this by getting involved themselves, financing and diverting traffic, and by introducing legislature to overcome those problems that the Kandy Municipal Council faces. The other thing is garbage. Garbage had been a problem for us some time back, but we have introduced systems to systematically collect garbage from the doorstep of houses. Earlier, it was we had refuse bins scattered everywhere, which have been ISO and to the public and pollution to in the area. So we have done away with all the refuse bins in the city, and we have made it a point to collect from the houses itself. We have asked them to retain the garbage in their houses so that our workers will go over there and collect the garbage and dispose it at the disposal ground located at Gohagoda. This system now we started a couple of years ago. I think we to a certain extent, about 50-60%. We have our target. We have reached our target about 50-60%, but in a few more years to come, I think we can 100%. Still, we achieve the target. Still, we have people who haphazardly dispose the garbage onto the roads after our laborers collect and go. So this type of problems we have with us, which will be attended to and dealt with the necessary regulations and this thing. And in addition to that, storage was another big issue that we were having, which after a couple of years deliberation and negotiations, it took off. The project took off and it's nearing completion now. Otherwise, some people used to divert their sewerage into the drain, which ended up in the river, polluting the whole river as well, where water is produced, purified, and distributed by the Kandy Municipal Council itself. So this the water pollution is another issue that we had been facing for a long time. Now, with this project nearing completion, I think we can overcome that problem as well. But still, I think that about 20,000 housing units we have, housing and commercial units we have, but out of that, only about 11,000 will be accommodated in this project. The rest has to be connected to this project in time to come after once the completion this project and handed over to us. So these are the issues that we have been facing, and within our means, I think we have to a certain extent, overcome these problem issues, which is to, though we cannot sustainability cannot achieve that goal as expected, but we are all out. The whole system is geared to overcome this problem within the next 2-3 years to come. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Yai sir. I think this gives us a very good understanding of the challenges that a municipal council like Kandy is facing and how it is addressing them as well. I appreciate your open-hearted sharing of the efforts you're making. Thank you so much.
I didn't want to elaborate much because the other speakers have given the background of the issues and all, because the time consuming.
Right, sir.
Thank you.
Right, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'd now like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Sanjeeva Bandukirti, representing Commissioner from Kaduvela Municipal Council. So please share your thoughts with us. Thank you.
Can you hear me all?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have a few slides. Can you share it with others? So,
Yes, you can share, sir.
Putting up the slides, sir.
No, we don't have his share.
So,
Sanjeeva, sir, I think you would need to share it.
I'd like to thank now.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah. I would like to thank organizers to inviting me to this technical session. So I am Sanjeeva Bandukirti, Commissioner, Kaduvela Municipal Council. Please share my slides if you can.
I'm not aware that we have your slides with us, sir. Is it possible for you to share it right now through the green button which says share screen?
No, it's okay. Then I will do myself. I have the printed one.
Right, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Kaduvela is one of the fastest growing municipal area with more than 262 population. It's there. With more than 200 population, including wet and lowlands. It consists 87.7 square kilometers. So, counterpart in Colombo Municipal Council, she said the Colombo Municipal Council area is about 30 meters, but we have 87.7
Sanjeeva sir, are you there?
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Yeah. At present, there are nearly 57,000 household units, but decreasing. Normally, approvals, the development permits has been granted for nearly 300 new developments and the building applications to in this municipal council area. After decided to relocate its administrative city to Battaramulla, close to Parliament area, nearby. Now Battaramulla area, more than 50 government institutes, including departments, are relocated. About waste handling practice in Kadua municipal area is very challenging job for us. Nowadays, the 75 to 80 tons of waste collection is coming daily to waste management center in Kadua. Out of these, 2/3 is a biological waste. Actually, years ago, 3 years back, this figure were 45 to 50 tons per day. Now it increase up to 75 to 80 tons per day. Out of these 75 tons, 5 tons used plant. Then the balance goes to composting, etc. The mixed hello.
Hello.
Sorry, there's a connection, little.
I think there's a
Now,
spotty
can you hear
connection.
me?
Yes, we can, sir. I think it's better if you could make it shorter, your talk, because I think the connection is spotty and we are missing some of the sentences as you are sharing your thoughts with us.
Yeah. I will do.
And another thing you could probably do is if you could switch, if you could switch off your camera, it might help with the bandwidth a bit.
And I can share from my side now.
It's
right.
okay?
Yes, sir. Please.
Right. Yes. Mixed garbage goes to the cement manufacturing plant to use the burning materials to the cement manufacturing plants. The Kadua Municipal Council is not using any dumping sites to dump our waste. So we are not dumping anywhere because we are balance. We use the third party for the composting facility. The other the biogas generation is 500 to 700 metric tons. Then liquid fertilizer is generating production is 500 liters to 700 liters that can use for a organic fertilizer, liquid fertilizer. That using this the biogas, we are generating power 40 kilowatt hours. Then reducing the annual greenhouse gas emission to 1,000 to 1,300 carbon dioxide equivalent to ton. And then this biogas operation process diagram, we are collecting each and every house from the garbage. Then it transported to our facility. Then that garbage, because this garbage is mixed, but for the biogas plant, we want to garbage like only the kitchen waste. They may be items that take more time to degradable, but we are using here for a biogas rapid the quickly degradable items only. Then the next part is weighing it, the garbage all in and the garbage. Then garbage mixing use the these JCB backhoe loaders. Then put those digested waste put into the digesters. They inside the digester they are working. Then it creates generates biogas as well as the power generation. Next. Our main issues, the challenges is the increase the garbage. We have good example is increase in garbage during the first wave of the COVID pandemic. Nearly 2 months period, government imposed the curfew, to close the country. Those days, all offices are closed. All offices were closed, but the amount garbage increase without transitional population, 300 per day coming for this administrative city for different services. But without them, only our people, the residing people, they use the garbage collection is gradually increase that period also. So then the garbage collection and the garbage handling is the another main issue, because people wants to give everything to the garbage collectors, but we are getting only the segregated, sorted garbages only. Then next is the flood. So out of this total land area is lowland areas. So every year we have the flood threats. Then after the southwest monsoon starts, then flood threats are coming. Then April, May, and June months we are experiencing every year these flood problems. Then the urbanization, new apartments, high-rise buildings is coming because of this administrative city and close by area. Then we have very limited space for a garbage handling facility, waste management center. That is 3 acres land, and it's a lowland. It's also lowland. Then the social factor, people reluctant to do garbage handling job in Sri Lanka. Then to overcome these challenges, we are planning to do additional 20-ton biogas plant, because it takes only few extent. So at this extent, we can use handle more garbages. Then we can do, because for the composting, we can't do so. But with this, the biogas solution, we can handle more waste to this thing. Then we can waste our own side. Then using this biogas, connecting the extra, generating extra electricity, and then we are trying to connect it with the power grid, this electricity. Then after 20 tons of biogas plant, we can have 20 liters per day liquid fertilizer. Now the government is planned to do without importing the chemical fertilizer and things. The government plans to organic fertilizers. Then this may be a very good opportunity to Kaduvel Municipal Council to sell liquid fertilizers to our farmers. Then with the help of UNDP, United Nations Development Program, they are with their technical support, we are doing we are constructing an incinerator for the healthcare waste also for the future expansion. Then that are the things we are doing now. Thank you very much for the hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjeeva. I think this was very useful for us to know about efforts that Kaduvela Municipal Council is making. The internet was a bit spotty, but I think this is something that we can't control for now. Thank you so
very
much.
sorry, that's why I do.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, sir. This is very useful. I would now like to invite Indu Madam to please share your thoughts in terms of how you see this as happening. You've been part of the Urban Development Authority at Sri Lanka. It'd be good to hear your views on what's happening and what is needed to be done beyond what we've heard just now. The slides are up, ma'am.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to get this opportunity to thank the organizing committee of KASpaces and the other partner organization inviting me to this session as a panelist to talk about the urban climate resilience. I would like to do my presentation under the 3 subtopics. First, I'm planning to discuss with you when we talk about urban climate resilience, why cities are very, very important. Then because you heard a lot of, you gathered some information regarding the municipal council. Now I don't want to repeat it. Therefore, as a country, then I'll talk about what are the key challenges and what would be the way forward. And because especially I would like to draw your kind attention, just like other countries, what are the special challenges we are having? As you all are well aware, and the cities, especially the medium, small, because in Sri Lanka, not like US, especially our neighbor countries, we have only the prime city Colombo, and others are town actually, medium towns. And these are highly exposed to the disaster and the climate related risks. And the beginning and the introduction in lecture, and you very clearly mentioned that we have a lot of coastal cities along the coastal belt, as well as we have the central fragile area. There also we have the very, how can I say, some growth centers. And then with accelerating the urban growth, increasing exposure to the climate change risk and the multi-dimensional related risks. Here you can see, and all the cities are the engine of the economic growth. This is the common to everybody. But in Sri Lanka, especially, as I told you, and the GDP and the 1/3 we are getting of cities. And the cities are dynamic and the growing entities. And today, when you come to Sri Lanka, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, today you can see the cities are growing beyond the local authority boundaries. Not only that, and the last speakers very clearly they mentioned about the cities will create job opportunities and they generate income. But especially we have to think about the Colombo metropolitan region rather than the other small cities and the town. If cities are not climate resilient, it will lead to multiple issues such as environment, social, physical, as well as the economic. It will lead to the health hazard, and the municipal council, Colombo Municipal Council and the Kandy, they very well explain what I'm not going to repeat it. Air pollution and the garbage problem, and the I would like to add especially the sea erosion and the water-related other diseases. Cities are the front line in terms of the preventive of the action, especially the emergency, preparedness, and the response. As well as the cities are the place where innovation and the opportunities cultivate. This is the area I think we have to harness without looking at the all kind of the negative aspect. I think we can think about how we can elevate and getting some kind of opportunity to address urban climate resilience. If there is no healthy and the climate resilient cities, it will lead to the whole economy of the country. Next one, please. And the SDG goal 13, that's the climate action, and the 13.1, resilient and adaptive capacities. I'm not going to explain because already all the speakers already discussed this one. And the SDG goal 11, especially, I would like to show you and the very, very strong linkage with the SDG goal 11. And make cities, human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Within these three keywords, you can find whatever that we talked so far, starting at 10 o'clock up to now. Next one, please. And you already discussed about a little bit about the South urban the Asia. I also would like to add, and the population living in Asian urban areas increased from 17% of the total population to 44 between 1950 and 2010, and may reach 64% by 2050. Don't forget, among the 3.5 urban agglomeration presently in the Asia Pacific region, 199 are situated in coastal areas. Then we can think about the gravity of the issue about sea level rise and other related risks. This excessive unplanned urban growth leads to various physical, social, and economic vulnerabilities, especially in the Central Hill as well as the coastal area. As a result of the urbanization, the world population is increasingly concentrated in large cities, leading to unplanned and urban development. And the Colombo Municipal Commissioner very well, she explained, and the way of increasing the underserved settlement, especially the Colombo city. I think according to the, I don't know now the situation, and the Urban Development Authority has done a very good survey that a few years ago, and they inform us, and the more than 50% of the people are living in the underserved settlement. Then we can think about what are the negative impacts due to this rapid urbanization. And the communities around the world are faced with threat of disasters on a daily basis. This is not an exemption for Sri Lanka. And the Rohan Kure, very well, he explained about the National Physical Plan. According to the approved National Physical Plan, more than 50% of the country's population will be living in the declared urban areas by 2030. According to the UN Habitat Sources, the urban area of Sri Lanka grew by 9.57% per year, comparatively the high figure by global standards during the period of 1995 and 2016. And today we are having a lot of experience, most of them are bitter experience, as explained by two municipal council commissioners. At present, majority of the urban population in Sri Lanka is concentrated in coastal cities and the cities in hilly areas, especially Uva province, Central province, and the Sabaragama province. These are actual disaster-prone areas, not only for a one disaster and the multiple disasters. Coastal cities are highly vulnerable to disaster and predicted climate impact including the coastal floods, just like other countries, storm surges, and the sea level rise. The hill country of Sri Lanka frequently experiences landslide, mudslides, rock falling. These are causes enormous of damage to life. And the Mr. Anuruddha Plan Anuruddha, he showed us and he shared with us very recent information. And we noticed that what type of damages have to the lives, especially livelihood, property, and the other surrounding area, especially infrastructure. As per the record of National Building Research Organization, that there are 6,400 families in 283 locations around in Sri Lanka, which are vulnerable for landslide, mainly in hilly areas. Hope now you can get the gravity of the issue. And if cities and the village are not resilient, it will lead to not only that particular locality, not only the administrative region as a whole, to our country, Sri Lanka. And now I would like to just highlight key challenges. Most of them are common to other Asian countries and the Europe countries. But please allow me to just expand a little bit. And the increase in the threat in coastal area due to the seawater rise and the severe weather is especially the south and west coast. If you travel by a train or the old gold road, you can see, and with the erosion, the way of erosion happening. And sometimes when you go towards that, then you can see the seawater in the gold road as well as the railway. And Sri Lanka, being an island, experiences extreme temperature and the warm spell together with high humidity that affect the health and livelihood. Actually, we do not have to prove some evidence regarding the heat waves and regarding, because there are so many diseases and so many illness due to the heat waves, but we can't prove saying that these people, because this thing happened due to the heat waves. Urban heat island effect in the urban areas. Of course, now you can see the urban density, especially in Colombo, as well as Kandy and the major cities. And without having especially the wind corridors, and this situation will get worse. And the cascading consequences of heavy rainfall for urban system in many cities. As you are well aware, and we have only so far 23 municipal council, 41 urban council, and others are Pradesh Sabha. In this, most of the people are rural, they have the rural economy and the base on their agriculture. Therefore, this heat waves as the urban heat is big issue for our farmers at the village. And the flash flooding, overwhelmed drainage system, and some roadways in coastal area. Recently, because we had an opportunity to go to the places like Mena and the down south, what we notice is, and due to this situation throughout the year, not only for earlier, we have some experience only the June to July and especially the September, Now, when you go throughout the year, we can see this flashback. Not having the comprehensive drainage system, but this situation is giving some kind of worse situation. And they disappropriate the economic burden of cities. That is very, very crucial in Sri Lanka. And the impacts on the urban goods and service, because due to the all the when we have the very big part, our value chain, because we have the in Sri Lanka, we have the very strong urban rural linkages. Therefore, and the cities always provide services for the rural people. And places like Colombo, hotel, restaurants, and the urban dwellers, and they get the all kind of the fruits, veggie, whatever they we call from the rural. Then if you have this stuff that's in the, it will impact to the urban goods and services as to the value chain. And the negative impact on the rural lifestyle, as because of the, we have the strong linkage, as a result, we can get the negative impact on the rural lifestyle. I would, because normally actually we can't talk about the urban climate resilience without talking about the urban resilience, social resilience, and the financial resilience. Urban resilience, because sustainability of the urban resilience depends on the success of turning risk into the opportunity. Because in my first slide, I highlighted this one. And the resilience is greatly influenced by the quality of the urban governance. And in Sri Lanka, we have the three types of the tiers, and the central government, provincial government, and the local government. And the local government, though they have enough rules and regulation and the bylaws, but still, I'm sorry to say, there is no such a special standing committee or a budget line to the local authority to handle this subject. They know what climate is, what are the climate changes are, but according to their legislation, they do not have the enough space to intervene in this one. And I strongly believe, because we have to, while we are talking about the urban climate resilience, we have to include the social resilience. In Sri Lanka, because we have we improve the very strong community network, and we have in the history also, we prove in the tsunami time, because improving the social resilience to cope up with any kind of challenges, any kind of shock. And the people resilience or the social resilience is conceptualized as the capacity of the people to self-organize and to mobilize their skill and abilities to show their new opportunities and to create new form of innovation, as well as their capacity to act with the solidarity in the aftermath of the disturbance. And Mr. Anuruddha, he explained what has happened to the Kegol district, and we have the very famous one called Miriabad. At that time, and our people, they showed the importance of the social resilience rather than the other resilience. Next one, please. And when we talk about the urban climate resilience, don't forget to improve at the same time the finance resilience as well as the environmental resilience. Though you have the social resilience and you have the very good institutional framework, legislative framework, and the citizen engagement, without having the financial resilience, I don't think we can move. Because especially under finance resilience is the ability to access and draw on the internal capacities and the appropriate, acceptable and the accessible external resources and support in times financial adversity. When we talk about the urban climate resilience, and again, we have to think about simultaneously to giving a high priority to the environment resilience. Cities are rich on biodiversity. If you take the Kaduela Padese Sabah, if you go to the Central Hill, our city is a paradise of the biodiversity. It's a paradise. Cities are rich on biodiversity and have remnant ecosystem or well-manicured urban ecosystem element in place. This urban ecosystem contribute to quality of urban environment and provide the multiple ecosystem service and such as contribute to well-being and the quality. Yes, please. There is no single action that will make city resilient to climate change. I strongly believe it. Therefore, special attention should be drawn to the following. Not only for Sri Lanka, this I'm recommending for the other countries too. Enhancement of all level of capacity, not only the sub-regional level, national, regional, as well as the local. And the building of a strong adaptive capacity at all level of the stakeholders. And the effective urban management, especially in local government. Local government, we have to empower and allowing them to make some kind of special bylaws and giving some kind of adding freedom to their standing committee according to the available legislation. An introduction of comprehensive system to manage losses and damages due to climate-induced disasters. Otherwise, we can't think about the future without having the proper estimate. Next one, please. And my recommendation, just I can divide it into three. And the international responsibilities are the knowledge sharing. You are doing a very good job. This is one of the actually opportunity. We are just sharing the knowledge. Then we can get the what are the success stories, what are the failure stories. We can learn from each other. Thank you very much for your initiative. And the coordinate the global action and the mobilize the fund for action. When you talked about as far as the state responsibilities are concerned, and these are the key things, formulation and the improvement of policies, laws and regulation. We are very fortunate enough, and in Sri Lanka, we have the climate change policy and the adaptation strategies and the NDC. Already we are equipped with this, all the policies and laws. The problem is we have to think about the enforcement and especially the implementation and the removal of the policy failures and update the existing policies after reviewing at least within the 5 years. And the development plans, and Mr. Yalegama explained the way of they are preparing especially declaring the development plan, and they are preparing the Urban Development Authority Urban Development Integrated Plan. Then if you can mainstreaming climate change into these plans, I think we can think about the very good future, resilient future. Then the investment in research, education, and the dissemination of information and coordination, not only for one category of these people, and especially that we have to think about the grassroots level, especially we have to think about the citizen in the locality. Allocation of the government resources for action, and the provision of safety nets for poor and the vulnerable groups, and the decentralization of power, not limiting to the central government agencies, and the new technology adaptation and the adoption as well as the adaptation. And the locally, next one, please. Next slide, please. And the local responsibilities and the new approach adaptation, and now the Kaduela Municipal Council, just they explain the way of they are handling garbage now and the biogas and other things. We have to embrace new technology, especially the local area, and the local collective action, and the not all sector-wise integrated approach, because I'm not going to explain one by one. And in my limited time, the 8 minutes, I try my best to finish it. And the planning and land use control. In Sri Lanka, we have so many agencies, National Physical Planning Department, Urban Development Authority, LUPP, Land Use Policy Planning Department, and the division secretariats. They have to get together, and we have to have an integrated approach rather than it's a breaking, especially the silos. And the reduce our ecological footprints and the transport modalities to reduce traffic congestion. This actually not depend on the private. And we have to think about the especially because I told you, not only all kind of the transport system, the same transport system to apply into the rural area. Then we can think about what are the suitable transport modalities for that, and they improve air and water quality and the green building design. Then the clean low carbon infrastructure investment, I think others already discussed, and the retrofitting of building. I think this one we have to think about while we are introducing the building codes, and we have to think about how we are going to convert and especially retrofitting the existing building, and the renewal of the transport system, our transport system, and the urban wastewater method gas capture, and the efficiency audits of the municipal building, and the development of rapid transport system. Without this, I think I try my best to discuss these things within the given time. I wish you a very good resilient future. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Indu ma'am. I think this was a very interesting and detailed presentation, taking us from local to international aspects of climate resilience with the perspective of what this means for Sri Lanka. So this was very helpful. Thank you. And I'd request now Dr. Manjula to share his thoughts. Coming from the environment management background, I'd also try and ask you, maybe we could look at the one question that we have towards the end of your presentation. Maybe I could ask you on that. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to do this presentation on this very important webinar. Then today I'm going to talk about that how research help to achieve urban sustainability. Then in this presentation, I will show our previous research, output of the previous research, and how it can be used to urban sustainability achievement in urban areas. Then what are the major climate related issues in Sri Lankan cities? Then you can see.
Maybe the slides could be made full screen, so that would be helpful.
Yeah, I already made that one.
Okay, fine. Please continue. Thank you.
Yeah. There are several climatic related issues in Sri Lankan cities. Then as listed in here, I'm not going to one by one because previous speaker also highlighted some issues and some climatic related issues in Sri Lankan cities. And you can see some issues. Then I directly go to the my other slide. Then when we come to the urban sustainability, and we need to think where we are from region or world. I think it's better to compare with the region. Now you can see urbanization in South Asia. In this map, you can see some cities like Mumbai, Colombo, Karachi, and Dhaka, administrative cities in South Asia. Then what is the how that build up area and how cropland and green space. You can see spatial distribution of the green space and build up space. Then you can compare cities. Then I think comparative studies and also comparison will provide to understand where we are. And also you can see some other part of that one graph, then from city center to how that land use and land cover changing from city center to periphery area. Then when come to the urban sustainability, we need to think about the spatial and temporal pattern of the city development. In this slide, you can see how Colombo city developed from 1997 to 2017. And Dr. Ms. Indu Virasuri also mentioned about the urban heat island, then how this urban development affect to increase in urban heat island, that means increase in land surface temperature in Colombo city. You can see from 1997 to 2017 how that city area undergone to the high temperature, temperature. Then you can see from past to present that city has more development and also it's negatively affect to increase in the temperature. I think you might thought that it's happened in coastal city. No, it's happened in other city as well. You can see this is the Kandy city that as Kandy Mayor mentioned that Kandy is a rapidly developing city in Sri Lanka. You can see from 1996 to 2017 what's happened to the Kandy city, then how it's how city developed, then which pattern, which area, the direction of the city direction, what is the pattern, and also how it's negatively affect to increase the temperature. You can see temperature increase in land surface temperature from 1996 to 2017, how it's happened. Then we need to think about the small city like Kurunegala. And you can see inland city, Kurunegala, past Govind city, due to some development activities. You can see how that build-up area is increasing from 1996 to 2019, then, and how the spatial temporal pattern. And also you can see that how that land surface temperature increasing from 1996 to 2019. Then what we can do? We need to think about the past to present. Can we stop? No. We need to think about what will be the future. The prediction also very important for the urban to achieve urban sustainability. You can see this is the mountain city, Nuwara. You can see city development from 1997 to 2017, how this city developed and which direction. Then you need to think about what will be city in the 2027 and 2037. You can see how that our projection shows which direction city develop. Then in this one, I think this is very important for the policy implementation. Then according to my knowledge and my past experience, I developed some roadmap to achieve urban sustainability. What we can do is, as a step one, identify the spatial and temporal pattern. Step two, predict the future pattern and its challenges. Number three, implement the urban policy and to address the present problems and minimize the future problems. Then again, we need to review the implemented policies. Based on our review, we can change or we can modify or we can continue. Finally, we can achieve urban sustainability. Then how? First two we can do by doing research. Then second one, policy implementation. Who will help? Academia, private, public. Then we can do research collaboratively. Then public-private partnership will do the policy implementation. The international donor agencies and local and central government can do some help to implement this type of policies. Then finally, the world can, that city can achieve urban sustainability. To achieve urban sustainability, what we need to focus, there are some immediate priorities to localize SDGs. Enhance scientific knowledge, scientific research, local research or comparative research related to the climate change in all cities. Survey on sustainable urban development baseline situation and challenges for the Sri Lankan cities. We know that Sri Lankan cities are not facing same problem, but city-wise that problem is different from Colombo city, Kandy city. Then there are some common and also some different problems. Then we need to understand about that. Its survey is very important. Then development of the local SDG development monitoring framework, preparation of the city level SDG action plan, training of capacity building of the municipal officers, subnational authorities, and planning and implementation. Stakeholder mapping also very important. Then who can do the research, who can do the policy implementation, who can help the help for that kind of things. You need stakeholder mapping, enhance the research and planning capacities of the cities, development centralized integrated database management system for the city level. When we are going to take the city database for our research, it's very difficult to collect some data. We need to give more attention to collect more data. And I think it's a centralized database is needed. And finally, that is it's urgent to international development agencies such as KAF, ICLEI, or some other UN to help to implement that these immediate priorities. And also finally, I can say our cities, that green spaces decreasing rapidly. And now I think we need to give more priorities to save single tree even in the urban area. Thank you very much for your opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Manjula. I think very well presented, and I think you kept to the time also. This was very useful for everybody to know about how research could contribute, helping us address our urban issues, especially focusing on resilience. I think from all the panelists, but I'd probably like to give the opportunity to yourself, Dr. Manjula. We have a question that's there. I think we might not be able to take other questions, but because this is already there in the from the participants to us, it'd be good to see if you could help us address this. The query is about the recent Express Pearl incident that happened in Sri Lanka. Due to the ship, I think that sank there, which was carrying chemicals, a lot of the marine life got impacted. And so the question is that even as we are talking about resilience and climate, in light of incidents such as this, how do we look at future of sustainable development goals? Some response would be highly appreciated, sir. Thank you. Hello.
You asked from myself? Yeah. Yeah, actually, that's a question about that about marine disaster, that kind of things, and actually that it definitely will affect to that to the urban sustainability in the especially in coastal area, and also we are island. We are having very good biodiversity, and also we are rich in that kind of environmental that is negatively affect. Then now we actually we need to think about that kind of things in the future. And also I think it's better to implement some kind of framework to identify that vulnerable areas, and also that vulnerable species, and also that kind of things. And that kind of, I think if we can enhance the more research and more policy-oriented things, this type of incident, I think it might be help to decrease the our negative impact. Then, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manjula. I think you're very right that together with the natural and climate disasters that we are talking about and working towards, man-made disasters need to be equally thought of, and we need to be prepared for that, especially if we have fragile ecosystem that gets impacted by incidents like this. So I think in the interest of time, we are already running, I think, 20-25 minutes late as per our plans. Mr. Kumar had announced earlier that we might not go into a break as was earlier planned, and we might move into directly the third technical session. I think we will have an opportunity for question answers in any case after the third technical session, and we look forward to more discussions around that time. But I'd now like to invite my colleague, Mr. KASpaces Jha, to take on the third technical session and kindly facilitate.
Thank you very much, Ashish, for this very useful, interesting session on urban climate resilience. I also want to thank all the distinguished speakers. So now in continuation, we have technical session 3, which is on affordable housing, another very, very important topic for Sri Lanka as a whole and its developing cities. And to discuss this important topic, we have very distinguished colleagues and speakers. Let me introduce them quickly. We have Honorable Mayor Mr. A.M. Rakib, and Honorable Mayor from Honorable A.M. Rakib from Kalmunai Municipal Council. And then we also have Mr. Thusura Sanjeeva, Mayor Kurunebala Municipal Council. We have unfortunately could not even participate live. He has sent his recorded speech. And then we have Honorable Mr. Professor Jagat Munasinghe. He is a former chairman of Urban Development Authority and also the former Director General of National Physical Planning Department, Government of Sri Lanka. And then we have Mr. K.A. Jayaratna. He is a president of Sevanta Urban Resource Center. So just to kickstart the discussion, I would request for the next slide, Shashi. So these are the quick highlights in the background context for the affordable housing in Sri Lanka. If you look at the recent survey that was conducted by and on all, there are basically 6 million families living in Sri Lanka, and out of only 4.2 million people have some form of housing. And if you talk about low income category people, only 20% of low income earners have the potential to access housing loan. So that indicates how severe the situation is in terms of for poor people, for low income earners to access housing. And if you look at the latest research conducted by the National Household Income and Experience Survey, almost 88% of households in the urban sectors are single houses, and majority of the remaining houses are either line rooms or row houses or twin houses, which connote many. This is a very important problem. Yeah. If you total in across, if you talk about, there are a shortfall of more than 1 million houses in Sri Lanka alone, and this need to be bridge the gap. And there are various policies and schemes that are currently being designed and enacted to address the challenge of affordable housing. And of course, there are the government of recently has focused more on improving the infrastructure provision in the cities rather than addressing the basic problem of affordable housing. So yeah, this is the broader set of to set the context for this session. And now moving forward, I would like to invite maybe Professor Jagat Munasinghe. He is a former chairman of Urban Development Authority. I would request Professor Singhe to kindly give his speech or contribution. Thank you very much, Professor. Kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah, sure. Would you mind giving me the sharing facility, please? Screen sharing facility.
Yeah, you can share your screen, sir.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Okay. So let me kindly try to make it quick. Got stuck for some reason. 1 minute. Right. Okay. Sorry for right. Right. Okay. Fine. I believe that all of you can see the screen.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So that okay. Now here the theme of the this session is affordable housing, and I'm sure that it is also is related to the Sustainable Development Goal 9. And also we have been talking about no one should be left behind. I mean, no one is left behind is one of the themes that with which the UN and also kind of whole agenda is working with. And Sustainable Development Goal 9 is mainly focused upon industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So I was expected to make this presentation maybe third or fourth, but since I was given an opportunity to the first, I'll make it first. But what is important to tell here is that, okay, we know that enough in the sense, I mean, there are programs, there are some housing development programs by the government of Sri Lanka, just as it was mentioned by the Additional Secretary at the very beginning of today's session, that there are programs for the low-income communities in Colombo and the other cities as well. The housing programs and housing development and resettlement programs are going on with adopting different various models. And so at the same time, we know that those who can afford to pay for this housing in Sri Lanka, maybe the people, those who work in the upper middle income and also the elite groups, of course, they can afford to pay. But who is actually left behind? This is something that we got to question very seriously, right? This is very important because we all know that this housing or the the engagement of the people in the mainstream societies is very important, not only for Sustainable Development Goal 9, but it's directly related to the Goal 11, that is sustainable cities and communities, directly related to that, and also it related to many other ones, but mainly to good health and well-being and the economic development and equality, reduced equality, and also the health of the land. So all these are very, very important, so that we got to keep in mind no one should be left behind, but we must really see who is actually left behind without any program. Now these pictures tells you what it is, right? This is the suburbs of Colombo, immediate suburbs of Colombo. The pictures talk themselves. You can see the way the things are going on. So previous speakers also talk about this climate resilience and the environmental degradation and so many things that the challenges that we got to, we are confronted with. But who is really affected? Okay, we all understand. Most talked about these low-income people or the underserved settlements. They're affected. We all agree. But there is a community whose kind of sufferings or whose kind of affect the belongings are not very much talked about. Who are these people? Now, we all understand these middle-income communities. Right? So, good part of this country's population, we know, is within this bracket that we call the middle income. So, even though within the city of Colombo we have about nearly 30 to 35% of the people in the low-income community that we call them living in underserved settlements, we have a large share of population, those who belongs to this middle-income community. And also in the country, also this middle-income group is expanding. So that's getting increased. So their grievances, so their kind of needs are barely looked after by anybody. There is no national program as such, even though Urban Development Authority and National Housing Development Authority implement certain programs. The pictures are shown here. What is shown here in the first picture is this Colombo's old view. That is one of the projects that was implemented by the UDA. And also the another one that is in the suburban area, that is Viatpura, that is again implemented by the Urban Development Authority. And also private sector also has implemented some projects. Right? But who can afford to pay for this? Is it the real middle income? So let's look at the kind of the prices or the kind of market situation in the housing stock in Sri Lanka, the upcoming housing conditions in Sri Lanka, right? So in Colombo Center, we have houses, of course, you can find ones which are more than even 40 million. But usually you find that you got to pay for a 3-bedroom house, which is a kind of requirement for a middle income family. Minimum level would be, it's about 25, less than 25 million. Maybe now it's much more than that. This was in 2019, right? And for a 2-bedroom, it's more than 20 anyway. Let's say even for a single bedroom house, right? It needs minimum of 15 million. So that is how it works within the city of Colombo, right? And if you go out of this Colombo city Colombo city area, then the immediate periphery, the situation is much more or less the same. Of course, it's sometimes it's much higher than the city center. And where they can afford is only in the outside or outer suburbs. Right? The pictures that I have shown in the first slide, it explains the situation, why it's like that. Right? Even though that is the situation, no housing schemes by private developers or government has been kind of implemented focusing upon these groups. That is a sad situation, right? Because we all know that if you look at the affordability, even the government bank will give a maximum of 5 million is the loan amount that the bank would kind of afford to pay. I mean, afford to kind of lend to these people. The middle income people whose income is between 100,000 to 300,000 Sri Lankan rupees a month, and their affordability is only that much. Maybe they have some family savings and the dowry that they get from the kind of parents, and maybe certain things, other kind of savings and everything that they have sold out for housing. But still, they're in a very pathetic situation because what they can afford is not that kind of very kind of credible, because we can see the costs of affordability for different aspects in housing. Now, majority of these people are working in Colombo, so they have to commute. So majority of these issues that we talk about, this traffic and the congestions on the road, is because of their commuting patterns. So one of our previous presenters also talked about it. But look at the costs of doing that. Why they can't live in city? The housing is expensive in the city of Colombo. Why? Look at the component of the land. It's more than 60%. It's sometimes 60% more than the average cost for a kind of 3-bedroom family house, right? So the cost, if it's the same thing is built in different places, you can compare it and see. With the city of Colombo, the highest component is the land. Land cost is very high, where the construction cost is about 30% average. For the other services, of course, it costs less than 10% because the city is basically with all necessary facilities, right? In the peripheries, yes, the land and the construction seems to be kind of taking the same. But at the same time, when you go out of Colombo, only that you can see the land cost is less, which is affordable for these middle income people. The construction cost is much more, maybe kind of equal to the level of this, much more than that is constructed in Colombo. But still, it's not a big deal because I mean, houses are not, they're done in an incremental manner. Not that the whole houses are built in one go. They still can afford to pay for parts of the houses incrementally. They are built throughout their life, and sometimes we can see most of the houses are not complete. They do parts of it and leave it for the next generation. So the next generation also is burdened because of that, right? And the service cost, that is for the utilities and the road conditions. I mean, most of the roads are not well done when these private properties, when it comes to private properties. So they got to afford to, they got to pay for more for these services. So this is how it happens, right? So where's the sustainability? Where's this thing that we talk about is for who is really left behind? So as I said earlier, so there are programs to address these low-income communities or the kind of people, those who live in underserved settlements, slums and shanties that we call it. And also the people, those who can afford to pay for this luxury condominiums and things like that, of course, they're well to do, fine. But and also we have some projects that is implemented by the Urban Development Authority for upper income bracket. Not for the people, those who are really government workers and the junior executives of these private sector organizations, which kind of consists the largest component of the society, right? So if we will not address that, if we will not try to kind of address their requirement, I mean, where's this sustainability is going to be? How can our cities are going to be sustainable in future? How can our suburbs are going to kind of conserve these environments and ecosystems and all that? I mean, they all are in kind of big trouble now, right? And also, how can we solve these problems of commuting and the traffic congestions and roadblocks and all that? So this is something that we got to really think about. But we got a nice opportunity because we know we have this national physical plan which addressed. I would take pride of kind of presenting this one, and this was taken in one of the previous presentations as well. You might have seen that already we have this the expressways and the railways, electrification, and most of the other infrastructure being developed in certain direction. Right? If we capitalize upon that, if we make use of these things that's available from Colombo to not up to Trincomalee, but at least in east-west corridor up to maybe Mirigama to Kurunagala, right? Since we have this expressways and the railway electrification project also is in the agenda, why not to make use of it and make this is the area for these people, those who look for land and good kind of reasonable housing, because lands, when you go away from the main city center, of course, are affordable. So if we implement projects addressing the housing needs of this middle income people, I believe a good part of this in two ways. It will serve in one way that it will serve for their requirements. It will kind of address their issues. The second one, it will also serve for the expected attraction of the population into these corridors by the National Physical Plan. So this is something that we can do, right? And at the same time, very recently, we got another opportunity. This is how these things of people are commuting, and buses are even worse than this, right? So during this pandemic times, some of the government institutions, for some reason, I don't know, for some adamant reason, they wanted people to come and work in offices despite this kind of other possibilities available. While things are like this, we are going for a smart society. We are thinking introducing some kind of smart systems and work from home and all that, right? So, okay, why not facilitate this? Right? Then there will be no need, because we can say before this pandemic situation, everybody was talking about working from home and work distant kind of work and all that. But we were a bit hesitant because we didn't have experience that. We actually didn't know what's going to happen, right, with that. But now that we have experience, we know it's going to be fruitful. Not that everybody is privileged to have this work from home kind of facility, but it can be kind of introduced to many. At least it will serve for the purpose of reducing this traffic congestion, reducing this travel demands, reducing this pollution and everything, and kind of improving the family lives as well. So where should be the priorities? So let's invest on the priorities, right? This will be more beneficial for everybody than this. But we seem to be very, very fascinated with this, right? Access. Is this the type of access that we talk about, right? What type of access should we select? And also, even for those who need to travel, why not we improve this instead of going into situations like this, right? This is something that we got to think about. I believe this climate change and sustainable development goals and everything that we talk about, livability, sustainability, everything has to address on these specific aspects. Where should be our priorities? Where should be the priority investments? And that is the point that I wanted to make. That's all for me, because I'm sure that the other speakers will talk about the other type of housing and affordability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jagat Manosinghe, for this excellent, very useful points, and of course, also stimulating the critical aspect on the various challenges and issues that our city is usually facing. Thank you very much. What I would like to request you, if you can kindly send this presentation to the organizers, because towards the end of this, in the coming days, we intend to prepare a comprehensive report highlighting the outcome of this webinar. So your presentation will be very useful. Capture.
Thank you.
If you can kindly send it, that will be really great. So now moving forward, I would like to invite Honorable Mayor from Kalmunai Municipal Council. We have Mr. A.M. Rakib, who is Honorable Mayor from Kalmunai. So Honorable Mayor, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen, the headings are given to me, affordable housing, the session 3. So I'm very glad to meet all of you from this federation. And as far as I'm concerned, Kalmunai municipality is the biggest high density population in the Eastern Province. The more than 120,000 people are living here day to day. 30,000 people using this town. So almost 130,000, 150,000 people using this town, this city. Mostly not like Colombo or Kandy or Kurunagala. Most of the people from the of this area are the farmers, mainly the farmers, cultivators, fishermen. and traders, and mostly they have their own houses. Now, comparing in Colombo, there are most of the people coming from the outside for their day-to-day activities and their employment. They are looking for their affordable house within their income. So, in Colombo, they have to provide low income or low rental houses affordable to the families within their income. So most of the people are spending more than 50% of their income as a rental. Further, they are spending for the electricity and the water management. So the most of the income, the 60% of the income goes to the housing purpose. So the remaining income, they're keeping the remaining income, they have to maintain their day-to-day activities, the medicinal expenses and other expenses, education and transportation, other purposes, even the food. So it's very difficult. So Colombo and other cities are concerned, affordable housing schemes should be exist. In Kalmuna is concerned, most of the people are the permanent residents of this area. But nowadays, they also need the affordable house to their day-to-day activities. After the tsunami, now these people are familiar with the housing schemes and making all the arrangements to make it the vertical development, for so-called vertical development and affordable houses. First of all, we have to, my opinion is that they have to change the law in the country. Now the housing scheme is concerned through the NHDA, National Housing Development Authority, they are doing the construction. Furthermore, the Urban Development Authority making all the rules and regulations to regularize the housing schemes. For example, to construct even the houses, they need the 6 purchase of land. Kalmuna is concerned, but in Colombo they have I heard that they have reduced to 4 purchase. As far as Sri Lanka is concerned, still they have a permanent policy making regarding the affordable houses. So I am requesting the government, first of all, changing that law or amending the law in future to make and to sort out the affordable house in Sri Lanka, because it's a needy, rapid needy, the developed city is concerned. So without the amendments of law, they can't do, or individually or governmental sector, they can't do that constructions. Furthermore, that they have to induce the people or citizens of this area or internal migrants to grant the loan at the low interest to these people to construct the houses. Now, in our area is concerned, the most of the people are now the land of land and the extent of lands now the availability of the lands is very low. So the high density prevailing. So in this context, so local authorities concerned, we don't have any power to construct the houses, but as far as National Housing Development Authority has all the power. UDA is concerned, they have enough power to construct the affordable houses in Sri Lanka. But in the little by little, after the tsunami, after that the pandemic situation, the people now we have to the income reduce. They have to pay the more rental, so they need affordable house. future to maintain the livelihood of the people, to reduce the cost of living. The affordable house construction is very essential as far as Sri Lanka is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor, for your very, very important point that you have highlighted. And it's not only applicable for Kalmunai, but a lot of other cities, not only within Sri Lanka, but across South Asian cities, they are struggling with the similar issues. And I'm sure the government at the center and other concerned stakeholder authorities will listen and move ahead towards creating a sustainable ecosystem for affordable housing. Thank you very much. So now moving forward, we have another very important speaker, Professor Mr. Planner K.A. Jayaratne. He is the president of Sevanta Urban Resource Center. I request sir to kindly share your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me for this session. I think, sorry. Okay. Thank you for inviting me for this session. And also, I think I'm happy that you keep me at the end because I was able to listen to very useful presentation. And I will be very brief. Especially, I want to talk about the livelihood of the people, how they have been affected due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So the theme of this session is actually local government for sustainability, South Asia. And also you are concentrating on the inclusive, safe, resilient, and the sustainable urban development. So how can I? Okay. And also, you also mentioned before, the objective of today's session is to identify certain issues and also how we can promote the collaboration and cooperation, and particularly how we can build the capacity of various stakeholders through this kind of networking, and also to discuss some best practices for sustainable urban development. My presentation is actually one best practices, which is not the new one, but it is some time we have been using in Sri Lanka and also the other countries. That I want to refresh this modality, how we can include into the current situation. And also, when you talk about the sustainability of especially the livelihood, is the current situation is the biggest challenge for majority of the people. And actually, I had a sort of a Zoom meeting with some of the community leaders who are living in Colombo, Kampar district, and also the Kurunegala. And what the major issue they raise is that under the current situation, their biggest issue is how to sustain the livelihood and also continue their activities with regard to the other work. And the particular modality I'm going to present you is called the community contracting system, which is kind of an enabling tool for improving the urban infrastructure, because this is related to the SDG, the goals also. In the previous presentation, especially in Colombo Commissioner mentioned, the major issue is the low-income settlements. But compare with the countries in other in the region, our country is somewhat better, but relatively compared to the different cities, we have to face this the problem. And one of the government policy in 80s was to, to move from support-based, from supply-driven policy to support-based policy, and through this policy, the community contract system was evolved. But the opposite of the community contracting system is the conventional contracting system, where you see that there are three parties when you do this any kind of procurement, and mostly the local authorities and the government and other private sector use this conventional contracting system. There's the promoter who's providing the funding, and then you have two other actors, the engineers and the contractors. The engineers, or we can say professionals, who are responsible to make the procedure and also to make the plans and also to supervise the activities and also to make the quality control. But the interesting part of this one is, the whole conventional contracting system is for the people. But interestingly, you can see that in this triangle, you cannot see the people involved in this the process. So that is why the community contracting system was introduced, where you find the same triangle, but we add the fourth component into the conventional triangle, that is the community or the user. And the community contracting system was introduced in 80s, National Housing Development Authority, and also the Colombo municipality was giving the example how they can organize the low-income communities into community development council and hand over, most of the service provision and also the management into the hands of the people. And here the interesting part is the community is not coming as the recipient or only the user, but also they play the part of the role of the three other partners. For example, like they can provide their own ideas and also the designs. That means they share the part of the engineer's part. And also the user also share the part of the cost. That means they play the role of the promoter also. And mainly in this setup, they work as the contractor also. That means if you get the community part into this triangle, you see that the community play a bigger role, and also they get the sense of ownership. And once they feel the ownership, there's no problem of maintenance, and the people will take over from the day one to maintain the infrastructure. So this has been done in many times. Actually, in 80s, the Sri Lanka was the pioneer to do this, and it's a simple procedure, and it increased the access to local knowledge and reduced the cost, and also it gives the, now we talk about the capacity building, it gives the kind of on-job training, and a very important thing is the people, it creates a lot of opportunities for the poor people. Particularly under this pandemic situation, if the major issue is the livelihood, this is a very good procedure, how we can increase their livelihood opportunities through this process. So these are the type of infrastructure built in the past, water supply, connection, sanitation, community centers, waste bin collection, and also the improvement of community and children parks like this. So even through the support of these agencies, if they are willing to get the people, want to have an inclusive approach and the participation of the community, and also if they want to build a partnership, and also finally they want to improve the livelihood of the people, this is the way how to do it. This example in Colombo we did with the ADB assisted funding with the National Water Supply Board and also the Colombo Municipal Council, building the sewer system to connect all the sanitation facilities into one network. So this was totally done by the community, I mean the implementation part, but they were involved in the design the part also. As I said, this is not a new one. You know, there are a lot of infrastructure work have been carried out through this process. You can see from these slides. I'm not going to discuss one by one, but you see that the kind of infrastructure, you know, it is not only related to one or two, but many infrastructure works can be done through this process. And this is Sevanatha as a local civil society organization. We have been working with Colombo Municipal Council actually nearly 30 years or more than that, and where we work mainly for low-income communities. And this is some of the community construction activities we have done in the Colombo Municipal Council in the low-income settlements. So also, these are some of the infrastructure work. We work in the low-income settlements. And the impact of this system is it is the cost efficiency is high, and also it's the time efficiency. You know that when you hire to build their own communities infrastructure outside, they take their own time, but when the people are building it, it is their own needs, so they do it very quickly. And also they are the supervisors, and they know that this work is going to be used by them, so they make sure that their work, the quality is better. And also it addressed the community felt needs, because the needs are not identified by the outsiders, these are identified by themselves. And particularly in this setup, I would like to highlight that this make opportunities to improve the livelihood, a lot of job opportunities, and also these are sustainable things. But when I listen to the previous presentation, you know, like at the national level, you heard about the 100 city program, urban regeneration program, and the transport improvement program in Colombo, the urban agriculture program, like that. But we have to see, you know, all these things are done through the conventional contracting system. But if we can bring the fourth component into that triangle, the community, you know, it makes sure, you know, we are doing a better job, and especially it improve the quality of the work, and also the contribute immensely to improve their livelihood and also the sustainability. This has been done in the past. It's not new science. And also I would like to say the Treasury of Sri Lanka has already, I think about 20 years ago, issued the circulars that the local authorities can issue the small construction work to the local organization without going through the competitive bidding. And so the legal framework is there, but sometimes the challenge is, you know, the policy on participatory development, sometimes the things that is not necessary, and still, you know, we are very much like to work with the old approach. Another thing is, you know, when we work on this one, we always say maybe local authority or the other agencies that we don't have the capacity to get the people involved in this process, or they suspect that people do not have the technical capabilities and also the financial viability to do that. But if you start that, and also if you are willing to do it, this can be done. And you know, even in this pandemic situation, there are so many communities take their initiatives, but thing is, you know, we always goes from the top-down approaches, so you don't listen to the community initiatives and to support it. And these are another challenge. Since I have very limited time, I would like to end my presentation at this moment, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this webinar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jayaratne, for another very excellent presentation. It was very inspirational to see the community-driven approaches and examples, real-life examples in Sri Lanka. And it was very important. Again, I also request you to kindly share this presentation with the organizers so we can take those points while preparation of our outcome report. So now, thank you very much to all the speakers. Now, moving forward, we have video speech, recorded video speech by Honorable Mayor, Mr. Tusura Sanjeeva. He is a mayor of Kurunegala Municipal Council. So I request my colleague to kindly play the video.
Just a second, Kelly.
Just a quick reminder to speakers, we have few questions that we'll take up right after this video. So please stay tuned. Thank you.
Just a second.
Hello everyone, I am Tusara Sanjeeva, the Mayor of Kurunegala, Sri Lanka. I would like to thank the organizer for the invitation to Kurunegala City to speak in Technical Session 3, Affordable Housing. Now I would like to pass the mic to Mr. Adhikari, of our engineer, for further explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Our city is a very small landlocked city compared to other cities. Kurunegala is spread in about only 11 square kilometers, and we have about 40,000 total population. However, Kurunegala is one of the most intensive developing economic and administrative capitals in Sri Lanka, which facing severe climate change issues. We have been implementing several initiatives, working with all the concerned stakeholders and relevant agencies to implement sustainable climate resilience interventions to protect the people of Kurunegala city from adverse potential impacts of climate change. Kurunegala city, one of the few cities in Sri Lanka, has completed a comprehensive assessment in the context of Sustainable Development Goals under the State of Sri Lankan Cities project. Kurunegala city in Sri Lanka that has prepared a city climate action plan as the first city in the country under the technical support from the ICLE, South Asia and the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. We are currently implementing the prioritized interventions of the climate action plan. There is a strong need for the promotion of collaboration and cooperation between various stakeholders in addressing the sustainable development goals and ensuring affordable housing and enhance green spaces for healthy and well-being of the people. It is poor and marginalized section of the society which is at severe risk and threat due to climate change, and all of us together need to work to identify the solution and the best approach to improve their adaptive capacity and resilience. Under the Kurunegala Megacity Development Master Plan, Municipal Council closely working with the Urban Development Authority to establish sustainable housing and green space facilities within the city limits and urban council area to provide affordable climate smart housing for the rapidly growing city population and business people. On behalf of Honorable Mayor and Municipal Council, I invite all of you to kindly visit to Kurunegala and work with us to support in the development of a true sustainable and climate resilient Kurunegala city. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the interesting presentation, all the delegates for your excellent presentation in this session 3 on affordable housing. So now we have few questions from the participant. First one we have from Dr. Servanti Fernando. The question is, what are the recommended policies regarding immigrant influx and repercussions in terms of many urban development aspirations mentioned at the forum? So this is a quite specific question. So any of the speakers from this session who would like to take up, please feel free. Either Professor Jagat or Mr. Jayaratne, would you like to respond to this question?
Anyway, this question is not very clear to me. I believe that what is asked here, what are the recommended policies regarding immigrant influx and repercussions in terms of many urban aspirations mentioned? If I get it, I mean, maybe not that I'm getting it kind of in the very essence of the question, but whatever it is, to me it seems like what she's asking is that okay, there are certain aspirations by the kind of people, those who live in cities and kind of migrating into the city, and how this the recommendations and the policies, what should be the kind of policies and the recommendations of this? Is it this particular program or is it by the government?
Yeah, you can talk about the general recommended policies in the wake of addressing affordable housing.
Okay, fine. I mean, okay, fine. That's what I have kind of tried to address in my particular kind of speech was that, well, we have to identify where the real problem is. Of course, we understand the low-income people or the kind of the working class people are there. There are some programs that is dedicated for them, and also these people, those who can afford to pay kind of high living, of course, they can afford to pay that. The aspirations of this middle income group, which is the majority, I would say it's more than 60%, and also it's getting increased. So there shall be some policies to address the real needs and the aspirations of these middle income groups. So as of now, my understanding is there's no proper policy or the kind of program that is addressing the needs of this low middle income group. Fine, for the upper middle income groups, of course, there are. So in this session, if we can kind of have any implication towards the policy makers, if we can kind of convey any message, of course, we can kind of address, we can convey this message to them, okay, address these needs, the real needs of these people, those who are real in need. So that is how I would kind of respond to that.
Okay, sure, Professor Jagat. It's very important. The point that you highlighted, that there is a dedicated need of policy for the low income and poor household, so they can afford the sustainable housing. Maybe we can move to the next question, the last one, which is by Natasha Fernando, and she's asking, are there any other alternatives apart of de-densification of cities in the face of pandemic? So may I request Mr. Jayaratne to kindly respond to this question if you can. Or any of the speakers, please feel free to give your thoughts on it. Is there any other alternative apart from de-densification of cities in the face of pandemic?
Let me kind of give my thought about it.
Sure.
To me, it doesn't seem to be kind of density is a problem, right? Even though many seem to kind of have the understanding that, okay, try to develop an understanding that in pandemic situations, density is not good. I don't see any relationship between these two, right? Maybe, of course, some practices and the way that we kind of conduct our kind of duties and kind of performances, of course, that may have impact, but density has got nothing to do with it. When we say density also may range from kind of very low density to a very high density. I would say there's a kind of optimum level of density that has to be achieved for the sustainability of these urban services and the urban areas and the urban economy and the critical mass and all these things, so that we have to strike a balance between this, the having good kind of sustainable density and also the kind of the sustainability of the cities. So pandemic or the pandemic situations or the kind of any epidemics, I don't see if we have good services and good practices in place, it has anything to do with the spread of pandemic.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Jagat, for your insightful response. Now, just the interest of time and also to respond to all the participants that we are planning to prepare a outcome report of this webinar. We will circulate to all the participants, and then so you can have a record of all the presentation, what we have discussed. Now, I'd like to move to the next session. We have a closing session. I would pass on to my Mr. Imani Kumar to moderate the closing session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keshav, and I was so happy to listen to all the presentations. I know that we are getting into the lunch time of both the countries. But is there any questions what you have as a general about the whole the presentations since the morning today on all the three? One is on the climate resilience, one on the goal 11 with the cities and migration, and also at the last on the affordable housing. Yeah, we can have a general discussion, and then maybe we can have the reports from the three sessions if somebody wants to make it. Are there any questions in general you want to discuss? No? Okay. Can we then go ahead with the key takeaways from the technical sessions? Can I ask Dr. Disnaike, maybe if he can present? Dr. Disnaike?
So, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, welcome all of you, and thank you very much for giving this opportunity for me to summarize the whole three sessions. So first, may I share my screen? Sorry. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir, we can see.
Yes, go ahead, sir. Maybe you can make it into the presentation mode.
So now is it okay?
Yes.
So actually, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to summarize the whole 3 sessions and going to highlight the key points, or in other way around, the selling points of the presenters. In session 1, the technical session, the sustainable urban development and the internal migrations. Basically, the more than 40% of the interprovincial migration are living in the Western province, which reflect the existence of the provincial level disparities in infrastructure development, employment opportunities, education opportunities, and access to the other facilities. These are the main reasons for the migration, especially in the Western province areas. And the second point, which I want to highlight, the government schemes are facing on the rapid expansion on major cities for addressing to the fundamental issues on migration and terminance of the people in rural areas. The third key point is the Western province is the most popular migration destinations in Sri Lanka when compared to the other cities because of it is the economic hub of Sri Lanka, and major economic activities are take place into the Colombo and surrounding the Western province. These are the major reasons for the main destination of the in the migrants when we compare to the other cities of Sri Lanka. And the fourth point is the international migration is the key livelihood strategies for many people, and it is the important for addressing to the economic shocks created to the created by the pandemic. And the most of our in hill country, the most of areas, sorry, it should be correct as a area. The most of area in the hill country in Sri Lanka is vulnerable for landslide, including some cities, especially the Kandy is also partially vulnerable for landslide, and also some areas of the other main cities which are located in the hill country. And the administrative hierarchy of Sri Lanka is differently contributing to reaching to sustainable development goals, including the policy planning and prioritization of the development initiatives. Actually, they are with the information which I gathered from the presenters, we can clearly see the most of the policy planning and the development activities now are lining with in order to address the sustainable development goals in Sri Lanka. And the technical session 2, the urban climate resilience, the Sri Lanka as a whole, and it is cities severely vulnerable to climate changes and extreme events. Roughly 50% of the inhabitants living in the coastal area of the western and the southwest and also the southern coast of the island, which is the several risk to the for the sea level rise. One of the global issues, the increases of the sea level. Sri Lanka as an island, we are also facing this global rise. Then the solid waste management and air pollution and traffic congestion are the most of the common problems that Sri Lankan cities are strategically with, and there is an urgent national government intervention is implement to sustainable solution to address to the cross-cutting issues. As one presenter is highlighted that the Kandy is the one of the most air polluted city in Sri Lanka, because the Kandy is located in the, is considered as the valley city. So it is surrounded by the mountainous area. So air pollution is very high when we in Kandy when we compare to the other cities. The point also was highlighted by the previous presenter. And the present-based management strategies in most of cities in Sri Lanka are aligning with the 3R principles in order to address to the zero waste concept. That means when we consider about the 3R principles, first we can reduce the waste, then we can reuse as much as possible, then recycling, and the final is disposal. And the with the information what I gathered from the presenters, the most of cities are line up with these 3R principles. The fourth point of the technical session 2, the socio-economic footprint of the urban area is much higher than the rural area, and which is caused by the blooming of the urban expansion in increasing the number of inhabitants in recent decades. especially when we consider about the most of the cities in the Western province and also the some cities of the central and others areas. The city has bloomed in when we compare to the previous 2-3 decades in recent. Mainly by considering the socio-economic footprints as we highlighted in the previous information. So then most of people would like to live in urban area or surrounding area with the periphery area of the city. Then the next point is the international, state and the local responsibilities are required to line up with the sustainable development goals. The last point is city level research is required to develop a centralized integrated database management system on city level. It will help to identify research gaps and rest of key information in cities. So in Sri Lanka, in the most of time, we see that the individually the peoples are conducting research, and the in some cases the data are collected in many times with the same objective. If we have a common centralized data management system in order to sharing the data among the researchers, among the government institute, or among the private sector, or it may be with the international communities also, then we will be able to reduce some research gaps. If any area is completed, for example, if any area is complete the research with the urban migration and with the some waste management, then another researcher is not required to conduct the same research. He will be able to gather the required information from the centralized database hub. This point also highlighted by the one presenter. And the last one is the technical session 3, affordable housing. And the first point which I highlighted in Sri Lanka is commercial capital Colombo. More than half of the population live in informal settlement with limited access to basic requirement. For example, drinking water and also maybe basic food requirement maybe. The next point, housing for low and middle income groups of the countries is unaddressed problems. But in the higher income and also the other rich people, it's not a problem. The worst cases can be seen in the low and middle income. And especially in the close proximity to the capital city has been a well-known fact that during the past few decades. The third point, an affordable housing project should be located within the responsible distance from the workplace and should be connected with the adequate of the public transportation. Otherwise, the housing plus transportation will be case the most serious issues. And the next point which I highlighted, because of absence of the proper housing plan, low and middle income group is spent around 50% of the total incomes for their monthly total income for the housing facilities, including maybe household rent or electricity bill or water bill maybe. So basically with the technical session 3, it can be seen that Sri Lanka is at present, we are not addressing to the how we resolve the basically housing issues with the low and mid, especially the low income countries, low income peoples. In some projects they are going to addressing maybe some with construction of some settlements, but with my point of view, actually we are not addressing to the some considerable level for the affordable house. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And basically, before the end, I would like to highlight it that we will be able to reach to the sustainable development goal in order to address as a group effort. So thank you very much all.
Thank you, Dr. Andisnaike. I think very well captured, and we will maybe further elaborate when we come out with the report for the Sri Lankan for this webinar. When we release that document to all the participants and also maybe to other government officials. What I will do is there any other questions by any other participants or panelists want to add anything further? You know, you are all there for the last 4 hours. You can raise your hand if you want to. If not, then maybe I will ask Megha if you want to add anything, say something, then we will close it.
I just want to thank each and every participant and speakers for their speeches. It's really, I really like that every presentation was very insightful for us, and I think it'll be very good comparison base for the other webinars. So I think we've got a lot of data. It's and as one of the speakers said, we need international sharing of knowledge, and I think that is what this KASpaces is about. We would like to share knowledge with other cities and countries, and if you want to know something of another city, please let us know so that we can bring it up in the other city and then get it back, because we are trying to build a bridge between Sri Lanka and the other countries and vice versa. So please treat it, and if there's any topic or any issue that you think that is very good in other country, please raise it to us so that we could bring it together. And I just want to thank you, Imani, and your team for this great workshop, and we're really looking forward to the next one in India. And again, we'd like to invite our Sri Lankan participants for it, because we are neighbors. I call myself we because I'm an Indian. So I would like to say we are neighbors, and we just hope that you all can come and share your experiences, because internal migration was a huge issue in India. And I think whatever they shared was something which we could resonate with. So I'm looking forward to the next 9 workshops. And thank you again, Imani and your team. Really good. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you, Megha. And I also want to thank each and every participant, but maybe I will now close this session. So just want to thank each and every participant and also the speaker for rich information. I think that's what I was like seeing the presentations. And as Megha said, we will try to, I know there are some unanswered questions. We will try to look for best practices from other cities, other countries, and we will come back to you. But you also have some of the very good practices, what you have said on the housing front, on the tender issues and all. I think we will take them to other countries and showcase it to others. So on behalf of the organizers, both ICLEI and Conrad Anthony Foundation, we just want to thank each and everyone whoever have joined this particular event. We have more than 80 participants at the beginning, and now it has come down. But thank you again. Stay safe, stay healthy. The pandemic is not yet over, unfortunately. But as Megha said, and as I have given invitation, we have the Indian event coming up on the 12th of July with the same time. And if your time permits, please join us. I also want to thank Keshav and all other ICLEI colleagues who have helped us this particular event. Thank you for everybody. And yeah, with this, I will close this event. And thank you and stay safe.
Yeah, just a quick point on Mr. Kumar, if you can also express thank you to the FSLGA. They have also been great support of all across to support and successfully convening this workshop. The Federation of Local Self-Government in Sri Lanka.
Yes. Thanks a lot for the Federation of the Local Government Association in Sri Lanka in organizing. I don't know, Megha, you know this. I think they are the ones who helped us in contacting all the mayors. Though we have our contacts, but they also brought in the mayors from the city governments, and also their team members. So I just want to thank them. They are like a national association of the local governments. We are an international association, they are a national association. So I just want to thank Federation of Sri Lanka National Association also for their support, and all the speakers. I think it's a rich discussion. Unfortunately, the time is very less, and I know the virtual event always creates a lot of issues, but thanks, it went on smoothly, and yeah, looking forward to inviting all of you, maybe if your time permits, on the 12th of July to the Indian event. We will send you the invitations again. We'll send you the link, and please join us on that. Thank you. Thanks a lot to each and everyone. And then I will officially close this event. Thank you.